Hello and welcome. Salutations to all. It's Graveyard Golf, and I'm your host, Graveyard 420. Woo. Welcome in, everyone. Good evening and happy Tuesday to all of you. What's happening, Spenny? So good to see you, Miss Dottie D, and Dishnet, and Rob, and Tangelo the Koopa, and Lady Myong. Big hearts. So much love. I'm using a new mic tonight, so please let me know what and if anything sounds different. We've been talking a lot about stream stuff on not only this stream, but a lot of our friends' streams too. And I sort of teased it on Element's stream last night. And so far, so good. Sounds okay? Right on. What is up, Cav Stew? Welcome in, my dude. Ophelia is gracing us with her presence for at least the first portion of the stream. And it's Spiky Madness. I am feeling the tournament nerves start to set in. It's sort of a general sense of anxiety. It always coincides with the lunar cycle, if I'll be damned. I don't know how this always freaking happens. My biggest matches happen either just after or just before a really significant full moon. So if you looked at the sky tonight, good on you. If not, get out there and see if you can catch a peek. It's a big moon rising out there, and I definitely think that's got something to do with the fact that we've all been feeling like anxious messes lately. I transplanted the cat, and she looks like she's going to stick around. Moon aware, for sure. We had a great Dreamy Monday yesterday. I actually ended up hanging out on that... the person who rated us, Brandito, they were playing A Link to the Past, or Ocarina of Time today, and they were also very like beard centric. As a big, and I was having fun sort of backgrounding their stream, and super nice person. So I went back and watched some of our stream from last night, Aluna, and I gotta tell you, if I can quit doing dumb shit, I'm gonna be an opponent that's like worth your time. The matches came down to like very few points, like 2 and 4 points respectively, and if I can just quit doing just a massively dumb thing here and there, that will always result in me like losing 2 or 4 points across the way. I think we can have even more fun to watch matches. Although it was really cool to listen to Element's commentary on what they're like. Element was convinced that neither you or I are actually doing anything in the game. It's just a fever dream of pixels. Like, we're not actually playing. I love how less than 10% of the viewership actually understands anything of what's going on. It's still really entertaining to watch. I know I watch a lot of streams like that. But yeah, big Apprentice vibes. Oh, if Iluna could be my mentor in any way, they say there's always two. It's the teacher and the apprentice. In the Sith. Are those the two planets that have been just dancing in the sky lately, Spenny? I've been taking note. I even wrote it down in my little itty bitty journal. There were a pair of stars in like one night they were really close together. One night they were over here. One night they were like lined up with a crescent moon over here. And but they've been like really bright and in the same sort of area of the sky for the last like week and a half, 2 weeks now. I've noticed it. I look at the sky. I'm around at night a lot. I see all of the night, and I've been noticing it. And yeah, I'm kind of glad that I took that shed down 2 weeks ago or whatever. Because if I didn't do that before, it would have freaking came down last night. Holy shit! I'm worried about the grave shack. I'm really glad that it was built long ago by not me. Because it's holding up, but holy shit, is it windy? Yo, it hasn't ever been this windy since I've been here. Things are like creaking and groaning, and that makes at least 2 of us, Iluna. Oath is taking it well. She seems like she's not really worried at all. But I'm like, whoa, there is there's some movement going on in here. Angie wind. And if you're gonna win the lottery, now's the best time to invest. Really? Is that what they say? Is that what the tea leaves are looking like this year, Rob? I didn't really celebrate Lunar New Year, but I know you're supposed to. That's when you can like open the I Ching and ask it a question. I don't know too much about that either, but I'm always fascinated by that kind of stuff. I think Dish will do well against H. I have Dish picked to beat H, and I'm sticking to it. But I think that also might have something to do with the moon and the planets and all these weird fields that we're all dealing with. Rob's like, nah, just making shit up. I noticed one thing about using the wired microphone is that now I have to sort of be aware if I get up and walk around. I got the 20-foot cable, so that's and I just heard a noise back there. I was like, what the fuck was that? But it's my case of sparkling water that I got, because you have to have spiky water if you're gonna go to Spiky Palms. Yeah, cream of the crop is feeling it too. The winds of change are a blowing, or something. I don't even know. Was that? Am I too loud there? Do I peek out? I'm testing a new mic, so I just noticed like it just turned red on me. I'm not sure if I should be changing something here, but we're gonna work on that out, and that's actually a good segue too. So if you were talking about streaming stuff with us, we were talking about all the things that you can do. A lot of people spend a lot of different money on a lot of different microphones, and that's always really good. I am an indie producer, and I sound a little different, but in a good way. Really? Okay, cool. It might be a higher quality microphone, because I thought it was a Boyo. It's actually a Boya, B-O-Y-A. Actually, this is the product review segment of the stream. This is not product placement. I'm not being sponsored. This is just what I bought. Yo, NBH with the 4 months. Welcome in, my dude. So good to see you. I hope you're having a good night, man. I hope you're enjoying this moon. Are you also dealing with this like roiling cloud of anxiety in your life? It's got something to do with this moon, man. It's a weird moon. Strange planetary alignment as well. Well, this mic does not take batteries. That's the beauty parlor of this little number, is that I bought it for $17 on Amazon. This is the Boyo website over here. They didn't spend a lot on web design. But if you're looking for a lavalier microphone, I know I sing the praises of lavalier microphones all the time. Lavalier just means the little clip-on, little itty-bitty condenser mic like this. But I think that's why I bit the bullet, NBH, is that I was like, you know what? I just can't keep doing the same thing that barely works. It's just like something about this anxious moon made me buy a new mic, because that's been a part of my like every month or so I gotta order 100 freaking AA batteries from Amazon, and it cost me $25, and then I'm like, man, I don't really want to be going through this many batteries. I'm more apathetic than I've been ever before now, but I don't want to be going through that many batteries. Plus, it's like, I'd way rather spend that $25 on the stream or something that's not just a disposable, like the battery, like, nobody, it's just batteries. But yeah, the little clippy mic. Geez, and Boya, if you're listening, I will keep doing. I'll make a segment out of this. You can freaking sponsor me, and we will sell microphones together. It's yeah, a very nice sandwich. I can go to yeah, that's Five Guys and then some. You know what I mean? That's Five Guys and a milkshake. Yo, that's like quitting smoking cigarettes, and then all of a sudden you get way more milkshakes in your life. Five Guys for one guy. Yeah, and I go alone. I go alone. I'll take all of you. I'll take all five. Oh man. But yeah, we've been talking about that a lot the last couple of nights on a couple of different streams, NBHs, that we're all feeling like we don't know what to do, and we just keep charging forward. And I did a short stream the last couple of streams because I just haven't, my energy levels have been just kind of low lately. But it's sounding good. Okay, cool. I left my my same compressor from my other lavalier mic is on the channel. We'll go over that in just a minute. That's the next thing you have to do if you want to, in my opinion, if you want to use a lavalier mic. But yeah, like the tides in the ocean, the moon is yeah, it's throwing. The moon is throwing, and it's taking the rest of the team down with it. Team Moon, you know, because we're night creatures. It's right up there. All night it looks at you. Kind of weird, right? Kind of weird. All night it's up there just looking at you. And in the next few days, Lady Myung is going to have 2 new emotes, both animated, definitely on her Discord. May not get approved for Twitch. We shall see. Whizman is doing work out there. I'm not sure which illustration software or what he's drawing in, but I'll show that at some point tonight. TG Whizman drew the Perp Yard emote, but drew it as like a cartoon. Like it's like a nice emote. I'm going to talk about it and then I'm going to show it, but I'm going to talk about the mic first. But he did a really good job with it, and it's like graveyard fan art. I'm going to ask him for his permission to upload it. I didn't ask permission yet, but I want to upload it to Twitch because I think it would look even better than the Perp Yard emote that we have now too. But I was so beside myself. I was like, oh my gosh, Whizman made graveyard fan art. I was flattered. I was truly flattered. It was almost like he was mooning me. That's probably why we saw those little baby bunnies. Rob brings up a really good point. Right after Dreamy Monday last night, and if I had Discord on my phone, I would have been able to show you. In the future, there was like 3 little baby bunnies all frolicking in the falling snow in the almost full moon last night. Right after I finished up my my short 2-hour stream, and I was just looking out the window, and I was just smiling at it. It was just I was like, through it all, at least we have this. And I was like, I hope they're okay. I know it's really cold out there and they're probably out because it's snowing, but I digress. Let's hope they're okay. They were super cute. Not everyone can be an anglerfish. Yeah, not everybody has a lure or a poison barb. That would be cool, wouldn't it? I have to settle for a BY M1S. It's a clip-on microphone and this is interesting. It's got a little switch on it. It's just a cord. It's a 3.5 millimeter cord with a little canister. It looks like a AA battery. It's the size of a AA battery that's in the middle of it. I wish it had a breakaway. First con, I wish this had a breakaway. I might even fucking cut this wire and solder a breakaway on here just so I can unclip it and I can walk away and not have to take it out of the computer. But I'm not using an interface. This is going right into the mic, the 3.5 millimeter headphone jack size mic thing on the motherboard for the computer. I have interfaces, but I use them with my laptop for my DJ sets, and I don't want to take everything apart for this. Plus, this sounds pretty good. But yeah, this is also my bout of how to do things cheaply and well if you're a streamer or you're thinking about streaming, and you don't want to invest $200 in a nice mic. I mean, they're worth the money, but as an indie producer, I'm here to tell you, you can do a lot with $17. Let me freaking tell you. So this thing's got a little switch on it. It just says camera and smartphone. I'm only assuming that turns the TRRS thing on the ring tip sleeve thing in the jack. You don't need to understand what that means. You just have to know that if you're going to use it for a computer or a camera or anything that you would use a normal mic for, just have it on the camera setting. I'm just assuming it's just a TRS input. Smartphones require that like speaker, mic, input, ground thing. Four things instead of 3 things, and that's I think what that switch does. But I haven't plugged it into my smartphone yet. I sort of think of Illuna as a little bit of a glowing spider, more of a glowing seal, absolutely, but maybe a little bit of a glowing spider. So the box came from Amazon today in a just like a brown paper envelope. It's a shitty envelope. The box is kind of crushed. It's not definitely looks like somebody sat on it. So that's the first thing. It doesn't look. It looks like it might have. Like I was sort of nervous it was a refurb because I bought a new one. But it's not. And I'm gonna do the unboxing for you right here. So you get to enjoy this. I'm wearing the mic, so the mic's not in it, but You're already seeing that. It's just a shitty crushed box. Inside for $17, you get this little pouch that you probably don't need, but you could keep the mic in it. And this is my favorite part. You get the manual, you get the warranty or whatever, and you get two Boya stickers. I got to think about what I'm gonna put these hot little numbers on. I'd pay $17 just for this shit. It looks like the fucking Pan Am logo from the 1961. Like Boya. Flying your executives into the future. Yes, Boya Private Airlines. Like it looks like like I'm gonna put this on something and I'm gonna tell people that Boya is something like that it's not. It's just like not shitty cheap audio gear. But yeah, they're like vinyl stickers on a nice backing. Like they look like they might actually last. Like they didn't spend a lot on their swag, but they knew they needed something, and I like that. I like that, Boya. Also, I thought it was Boyo. I've been saying the last couple of times I mentioned it. It was Boyo. It's not. It's B-O-Y-A. I double checked on Amazon. It's Boya. Boya. I said it wrong. So yeah, stickers on a firework if you don't. Yeah, if this mic like spontaneously combusts or something, I'm gonna get a bottle rocket, and I'm gonna put Boya or bust on it, and then we're gonna fucking I'll launch that shit, and that'll be the next episode of Nature with Graveyard. It'll be me launching bottle rockets in the graveyard and then running from the cops. Yeah, and then this is you can send all of your information to Shenzhen JZen Photo. I don't recommend you do that. But yeah, that's really all that was in there in this sort of like crushed box. Oh yeah, and then this is honestly the most important thing of this clip-on lavalier microphone is the fucking clip. And arguably the clip leaves a little bit to be desired. It did come with one windscreen, not a spare, just one. That's always a bummer. I'm not using the windscreen because I'm not out in the wind. But if you want to, or if you're you like breathe really heavy or something like that, maybe you could use it if you have like a lot of wind passing over the lavalier. But if you're indoors, you get a better clarity signal if you don't use it. Nope, people don't normally need the windscreen. I've only had to use it with a subject that I was interviewing like once in production. But this is nice to have this. Also, yeah, it's on the front. It says there's this little sticker on the front, and it says Boya. Coat the Boya logos on the right in water, comma, they disappear. So you want me to introduce water to the package. I recommend you remove the microphone before you do that. I'm not going to do that, although I kind of want to now that I'm reading it out loud on screen. So that's, I guess that's some sort of like, yeah, that's their way of like trying to prove that they're legit. And it's like, look, Boya, between you and me, I bought a $17 microphone on Amazon. I don't think it's legitimate in any fucking sphere. Like I'm looking for an illegitimate microphone. I'm looking for something that is a knockoff and a generic, and that's I think what I bought. But I do like how there's some sort of certificate of authenticity here. You want an authentic Boya. You don't want I'm sending you a knockoff Boya. Geez, if I wanted to pay $14 for a microphone, I would have, but I paid $17. Damn it. I wanted the nice one. I think there was a $14 option actually. I couldn't quite decide. I think that one just had a shorter cable. No worries, Kush. What is happening? It's Spiky Madness tonight. 17 reasons to believe. Yeah, microphone makers hate this one trick. Click here, Boya. Boya wants you to know that moms hate this one simple microphone trick. But I'm glad that I wanted to take some time to do this because I know maybe Will may or may not actually be here. But we were talking about this all night last night, and Will was he may have another mic too, but if he wanted a cheap option, that seems to work really well. That's my unboxing of the Boya BY-M1S universal lavalier microphone. So great option if you need something cheap. This is the website. Yeah, this is the clip. My Sony UTX has a really nice clip. It's much smaller. It's a little bit more lower profile. Although I don't think it's a really big deal. You can't really see it. And like I said, no breakaway. And boya ba da dee da 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 boya dee. Yeah, oh yeah, I like that. I like where your head's at, NBH. He's an idea man. Look at this, and look, she's thrilled with it. She's like, "What is up, YouTube? I'm using a boya." That's like, we're making empanadas today. I don't even know. Like what show is she casting here? But yeah, it's how you use it. You could use it for like interview shit too. Boya, best, yeah. Boya is the best. Yeah, don't overcomplicate it. Boya, best. That's the we're simplifying. It grows the brand. Look at this guy. Don't stream and drive. You're not allowed to do that. But yeah, it's an Omni. It's just an Omni. I think it's actually got a larger attenuation than my Sony. I feel like it's like what I mean by that, it's picking up a broader sphere of input, but only just. And it's probably got a little bit of a different dynamic range or pickup range, capture range, whatever that's proper terminology for that is. But if you do buy this, thing, when there's an ad running right now. So, but yeah, if you're a subscriber and you're not seeing the ad right now, or you're watching the VOD, let me know if you need the compression settings. I'm just using the basic compressor in OBS. There's like 4 or 5 sliders. I'll give you the numbers that I have that is compressing this microphone right now to this level. So if you talk in any way like me, those settings will probably work for you. It's a good place to start, especially if you have no idea what you're doing with compression. So the real thing that I got this for is because it doesn't need a battery, and I was going through way too much coin on AA batteries. Plus the environment. Not thrilled about that. But yeah, the stock photos are nicely selected, and by that I mean whoever selected them got out of the office by 4:30 maybe even. They were, yeah, once they selected that one, they were like, ooh yeah, we're done. Out by 5 for sure today. Well, hello, what is up, YouTube? That's exactly what I fucking think when I see that image. That windscreen looks really big there too. I like a much smaller. The whole profile, the whole form factor of the microphone is larger than my Sony UTX B2, which I love. I've used it for years and years and years. But I'm happy to have this at least a backup. I can always go back to that. But yeah, the Sony UTX B2 it's really expensive. This is a fraction. At $17, a fraction of the cost. I don't even want to tell you what a Sony UTX B2 costs. You can look it up on your own. You don't need one. It's just wireless. That's all it does well. And it does do it well. It's low noise. It's great pickup on the radio. And it does get pretty good life considering. But it's just it's not infinite, and I needed it to be infinite. We have not done a bass test yet. We have not. But just because it already looks like I'm peaking out. I don't think I'm peaking out too bad, but my levels look higher than with the Sony. So perhaps the bass will be even louder too. And you do rechargeable batteries for the Sennheiser Labs, but the plugins you have are nice for backups. I used to be able to rent the plug-in ones really easy. Like nobody even would require a signature. They'd just rent you that shit. Everybody cared about the battery-powered wireless ones because those are the really expensive ones. But I'm basically just using the front piece, the mic piece of that without the base station, and I'm just not that great at remembering to keep everything plugged in. Plus, I don't like keeping batteries plugged in all the time, especially if I leave. I get paranoid about that. And plus, I wanted it to be a little bit more scalable. I can always go back to using my Sony, which I I will sing the praises of all day long. But this might be cool, even if I just if I use this 3 streams out of the week. I'll save a bunch of money. So that's a lot of what I'm doing here. It's spiky. I'm over practicing spiky tonight, Rob. That's my plan. That's what I want to do. And I believe we've only got one more match that has happened since our last show. Am I right? It's the Andrew Morse versus Goldie match, which looked really cool. They both parred one as well. Similar game to the Al Fritz and Pool Guy match. I don't know. This is it's like I'm having deja vu here. But Andrew really is loving life and riding high on 5 with that early eagle. And what happens here? Goldie bogeys out on 7, and the match is a tough slog after that. I don't know what happened there, but Goldie plays a flawless game otherwise, and goes for it on. I'm only assuming that they just are Hail Marying on 18 for what they hope is the setup for an albatross against and not getting it, having to take the birdie there. Andrew plays it clean, gets the eagle, and walks off. But Goldie needed Andrew to basically par that, and they needed to get the albatross. They've been getting perfect shit all the way through. So I kind of would expect that amazing shit from Goldie. Goldie's been looking really good. I'm thrilled that I don't have to think about facing off with Goldie at any time soon, because they're a peach main, and that was something that was sort of in the back of my mind. I don't think that's going to happen, but if it did, it would have been talk about a Subway series of golf matches, both peach mains in the scene meeting in the bracket. That'd be unheard of. It would be unheard of. But I like fantastical things. But Andrew Morris takes the day. And I think I don't gain any more points in my bracket. Did I have Goldie picked to win? I think I might have. I forget. My bracket's looking really bad lately. But Andrew Morris goes up against Dr. Ebik, and that really could be just about anybody's. I mean, it's on Blustery. It has to take place in the Sweet 16 next week, so Andrew Morris can possibly beat Dr. Ebik. It's not forecasted, but he's got a better shot, in my opinion, than Goldie. With Andrew Morse, am I understanding this right? Andrew Morse is the 21 seed and Goldie was a 17 seed. That's interesting. Is Ebik's 71% favorite? That does not surprise me, but the only points are coming from Ebik winning on my bracket so far. Morse will beat Ebik. It's more possible than I think I thought it was, Spenny. Looking at this now, and also his flawless fucking blustery just then on the scorecard. Morris is not a free ticket for the doc. Also, I selected my tee and my time slot, Thursday at 9 p.m. sharp. On the second tee box, you'll find myself squaring off against TOG out there in the Tostarena region. It's the 3 seed versus the 14 seed, TOG and myself respectively. 9 p.m. 8 p.m. earlier, you're going to get to see Wooly versus Dirty, and then Speed and Sean that after, a little few days after that, actually. But wait, Dishnet, I think Dishnet rescheduled. So Dishnet is now playing at 8 p.m. that evening. So you've got 8 p.m. Dishnet versus H, huge match. You've got 9 p.m. me versus TOG, also a relatively big match. And then at 10:30 p.m., but that's the day prior, pardon me. March 8th, 10 p.m. is the Wooly versus Dirty match. So Thursday you've got 2 big matches, 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. Eastern time, this coming week. Dishnet, I have Dishnet picked on my bracket to win. I absolutely do. Dishnet's been looking really good too lately. Cavs 2 plays Thursday as well. I think everybody wanted to train up this week. It's a full moon. Everybody's moving at a weird, different pace. It's not natural for them. I know I'm in the exact same boat. We've all played with H so much, and we've all been beaten by H. So we want H to get beaten for that reason. But we also know that it's possible that he can, if he loses his rhythm, he's vulnerable. It's not perfect, but if he loses his rhythm, he can be vulnerable. And Dishnet hasn't been able to be stopped lately. Been looking really good. But that's the only match that happened since Sunday, right? The 5th? Yeah, the 5th is the last match. That's Knucklepuck versus Rohan, reported on the 5th. Pool stats for everybody's brackets. That's a lot of data right there. I don't have to look at all of that right now. We'll just look at this one. Pretty much, I'm not winning anything. I've only got 3 points. H looking good, and TOG, Kush, Mamoru, Dirty, Norris, Carter, Derek Bangle, Assange, Evic, Shadow Mario, and H, all still in the running for their brackets at 8 points. Picking it like they see it, and calling it right. Yeah, the pool is nice. I'm glad that this is the first time we've ever done something like this, Dottie, and I'm actually having some fun with it. I'm clearly not the most intuitive, but we're having fun. It's just a lot of fun, and I think it's a lot of fun to talk about, especially the ones that do have perhaps a little bit more intuition than myself. I haven't gone through and looked at the highlights yet, but I know. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff here. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm not going to play all of these, but Norris has got Norris has got a shitload of clips here. This is Dr. E. What is going on here? This would be in his match with Shadow Mario, which Shadow really had E sweating here. Did he get this? You're joking. Oh my God. Right on. So he's catching up against Shadow Mario. Can you imagine if Mario would have beat him? I can't believe he got that. Mario needed that to tie Evic. That was really dirty. Evic is up on him by 1 here. And I think they tied it, and then on the way out, something happens on like 17 or 18, and Evic's up by 1 at the end. By 1 at the end. Shadow Mario played the best match of his year, almost. But I didn't get to watch this. This is Dr. Evic just doing everything right here. Sending it up. He gets the nice pin with decent wind. I mean, that's the only reason this is possible.
Not chipping.
Shadow Mario didn't deserve that. Shadow Mario, why is it always that hole? 1-to-1. 1-to-1, eagle to eagle, Alfred's. Yeah, Alfred's never doesn't get the eagle there. That's amazing, dude. I don't want to focus too much on Blustery. I want to get right off to Spiky and get down to some digging in the sand with my desert friends here. Who's in the queue? We've got, I think Kush came in and was on his way out. He wanted to get in quick. But we've got Dishnet, Rob, and if not Kush, Spenny420. I'm planning on just over practicing spiky palms today and tomorrow. That's what I did with my qualifier. It's not the most interesting way to handle it, but I do want to run all the holes. I don't really want to just pick 1 or 2 and focus on it. So if somebody wants to run the room, and if Tangelo did you try to join the queue? I did reset everything with that. I was going to see if you wanted to try and join it again. But if Tangelo tried to join it and got rejected, we can get Tangent first. You didn't? Okay. And if you don't want to play golf, that's fine too. But I did do the equivalent of unplugging it and trying to plug it back in. And yeah, when you inevitably get to the Elite 8, Gravebot, I can't believe it. I'm so mad. I don't know why. I can't find the I can't find the hole, NBH. I would if I knew if I could find the hole. I don't think Tange even really. I mean, if Tange didn't want to play golf and he was just doing that to humor me, I appreciate that. Oh my gosh, I like legit feel bad about that because I have no idea why that's happening, and I can't. I can't find the hole. I mean, maybe. I thought it was like it's because he was a mod now, and like it was expecting him to have a different role, and there's a conflict, and that's why it's not working now. Because maybe he was like in the queue when I modded him or something. I don't even. That's like kind of a loose hypothesis, but it's all I've got to go on right now. This will be a lot of fun. We're gonna schedule this as soon as something happens in the golf tournament. I can't think about Zelda until I do my competitive golf this week. But then I will, and we will get to do this because I'm having just as much fun playing my retro games as I am with my other stuff, which is nice. The stream keeps slowly evolving into a new thing every time a little bit. Yo, Mayor Adam, what is happening? Yeah, and I freshened up the music. I've got to keep things, like I said, got to keep evolving. So yeah, I've got a couple new pieces of playlist that I was trying to assemble. Keeping it chill, but kind of new. This will be a Link to the Past race with our good friend Mario Punch. What is up, YouTube? It'd be funny if it was casted by somebody like that. But yeah, we'll get this scheduled next week probably. It's March Madness. Let's head off to Spiky Palms. Your streamer plays Thursday. This week, 9 p.m. Eastern time is when I play my big match against that one guy. TOG. Toggles v Graveyard. What fun. But yeah, let's see if I can meet my player best. Do we see a 22 tonight? God, I hope. I need to start looking a little bit more consistent, living up to my meager but consistently mediocre reputation. Can you do you want to host the room? Do you want to run first tee, Rob? Or do you want to I want to run second tee because that was the other thing. I selected second tee. I finally confirmed and committed with TOG that I'm going to run second tee. And so that's what I'm going to practice. Yeah, would you, Spenny? That'd be awesome, dude. And if you won't make this one, I'll have to catch you on the flip side, Rob. My schedule's been kind of weird too. I've been getting on kind of late. It's school comes first. I can understand that. Sorry, I gabbed a little bit, and but I hope your class goes well. Grazie. Do I see it? If Knuckle Puck, what is happening, dude? It's just your timing is impeccable. We have an open spot that we gotta fill, and it's Knuckle Puck sized. Knuckle Puck can find the hole. You can tell he's got kids. But sorry, I don't normally go there. Jazaro, hello, what is happening, dude? I'm so glad you're here. I was having a ball on your drinking stream the other night. I was loving life and your commentary. I was like, he's enjoying doing the drinking stream, but he's also you were being healthy about all of your like lamenting. Like it was like a lament. It was like a Shakespearean lament, only done in like Twitch-esque format. Jazaro was carting and golfing, and then I was watching both streams. I was watching Element's stream and Jazaro's stream, and Element was being so thoughtful, and Jazaro was like, we were having this hilarious conversation. And it was like two completely different takes on the same sort of like wholesome-ish kind of thing that we do with our golf. I was loving your stream the other night, Jazaro. It was a lot of fun. I got done really early because my energy level was low. I had to change my categories here. So if you joined us from just chatting, you're always welcome. We're going to play some golf, but I do chat a lot, so I think that's wholly appropriate. Yo, thank you to our amazing mods for being so amazing and for running the Preds like they do. Definitely Spenny. Thank you, Spenny. Back to Stardew and watching your new emotes be made. Way to go, Lady Myung. You're playing on PC, right? I think that's why. You're not playing on Switch, right? Second T on Spiky. Right on. I will eventually probably migrate there, but I'm liking the coziness and sort of simpleness of the Switch. It takes away a lot of your other controls. Some people do say they like the mining better on Switch, but it's much easier to decorate and operate stuff like that on a PC. It is back T's normal wind. Am I right? I think it's normal. Yes. Back normal, because I think that's why. I think I second guess myself all the time because I'm like, this is going to be a shit show. Normal wind. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And this is a casual match. We be chilling. It was a privilege to chill on your stream, Jazaro. Anybody who streams is a courageous and individual, but somebody's going to put into work to do it. It's always work to do it. So when somebody does it, I'm always thankful for it. Thankful for you as well, Rob, and I'm sure your students are thankful for you as well. Tell them Graveyard said hey. Feel free to put the stream on in the classroom. You know, if you got to kill 15 minutes, we can knock out like a new donk, right? I talk a lot, and I am speaking English. So if you want me to like iterate on some really weird like colloquialism stuff / like language nuance, I mean, I might be a really nice guest addition to your classroom. I've sat in on some high school classes and I've done some sort of like graphics, like not I guess lessons for friends who are teachers. It's always fun. It's always hilarious when I find myself doing that shit. But thanks for the good vibes. I hope you have a good night. Oh gosh, that's right. There's a wire. That's the other thing. There's a wire now. So, but otherwise, I mean, it's pretty good. Oh, I woke the cat up. Woke the cat up. Okay, this one with wind like this, you are just playing slope. This is exactly what I want with this when I get here. I sort of like second guessed myself there. I was gonna do regular backspin.
Nice.
And I could have got a little bit closer, but I didn't want to run off the edge like that. I was okay with this. I kind of knew I was gonna do that. This one's always so much further up than you think. Yep, bring it around, double click it.
Nice birdie.
Looks like you're trying to make a birdie. Would you like some help? No, it's okay, Clippy, I got it. I'm good. Thanks. Got Bowser with random just for the record. We know you're better than that, Spinny.
Ready?
But yeah, I'm feeling the pressure. I know TOG's practicing. I know TOG's practicing. This should still head downhill, yeah. Oh gosh. I was right where I needed to be, right where I wanted to be. Yo, El Brandito! What is happening, my man? so many highlights just from the drivers only. Thank you so much. It's kind words. I was really digging your stream. I actually mentioned it right as I began this evening. Very cool stream. Also, Beard Gang. I stopped shaving. I actually just sort of trimmed it. Tried to make it look extra nice the other day. So thanks for the compliment. It was like, much appreciated. But El Brandito is running a very chill stream. I love to watch Ocarina of Time content. But even from somebody, like, we've all played the game, you know what I mean? Like, how many times you can play the game over and over, but you can't, the puzzles are still, it takes time to work out, and it's interesting and fun to watch somebody do that. That sort of stuff is timeless for me, and you do it well. It was great. But how goes the night? I hope your stream wrapped up well, and your night is super chill. That's a very particular route. I have to do that just right. I did there, but if I hit the pokey or if I touch the frond, then you've got a bunch of RNG that's going to happen on either side of that. But if I can actually cut that right in between, I don't want to do damage control practice, even though that's good to do, especially because I have a tournament match coming up, El Brandito. I'm in this, I don't know if I mentioned this the last time, but I'm in this March Madness tournament. I qualified for one of 32 in the world for March Golf Madness in the MGSR semi-pro world. And I'm playing somebody who is, I got the draw on somebody who's kind of a legend in the scene. A really good golfer, not the most consistent golfer, but this particular golfer that I'm matched with has, they've basically like developed glitches in the game that nobody else has ever done, and like they're a big player in the, and I stream the game a lot, but they are better than me. And I have to, I'm over practicing. That's my plan for the next 2 days, is I'm over practicing this course, and I just want to know everything about it. It is already one of my favorite courses. I got really close to the albatross right here.
Nice eagle.
Yeah, this is everybody in this game is in chat currently. Dishnet is also playing at 8 p.m. on Thursday. I play at 9 p.m. on Thursday. Dish also plays a formidable opponent and is a lower seed like myself. Not quite as low as me, though. I think Dish is higher ranked just a little bit. Oh yeah, Gerudo Valley is the Thieves' Hideout is a really tricky puzzle dungeon. And that's an in-between dungeon. Then you can do the arrow stuff up top, or when you head out to the desert, then there's another, like, there's all kinds of stuff that you can collect out in the desert, and it's hard to navigate. And then you actually get out to the Spirit Temple, and like, yeah, the desert is a big chunk of I'd say, I mean, if each temple's like what, 20%, the desert's at least 25% of like your adult. You spend a lot of time over there. Maybe 20%. But yeah, this is a gem on the Switch. We're all playing on the Switch right now. And this came out like last year, and they've pretty much put it into, you know, like their B-list category. It's not it's a AAA game, but it just did not get the attention that a lot of their other games got. Knucklepuck got the eagle. Nice on the back pin here. But in my opinion, this is this is not, a lot of people will argue with this, but this is you're getting closer to esports in the the Mario universe with a game like this. And that's why we have so much fun with our whole little take on it, and we elevate all the cool players. And tournaments have started to like bubble up from like the grassroots. It's like all organic, but I think there's some prizes involved in this one, and it's ever growing. So, whereas I think Nintendo may have expected this game to have some sort of like traction with world rank, and the world rank in the game is actually kind of flawed. I think that's why it didn't work. But we're lucky to have like a functioning and well put together Discord server that I did not make. I'm just a small part of it. But exclamation point MGSR Discord in the chat gets you the invite link to the official MGSR server, which is where all the tournaments take place. But it's also a great place to connect with casual players and ranked players. There's ELO boards. You can play leaderboards. You can play ranked matches, or you can just sort of connect for casual matches, because it's really difficult to find people that are good to play with, because Nintendo makes it impossible to connect with folks. But we take this game as far as we can take it, and it's
Nice shot.
kind of interesting where it goes, because it's my favorite type of game. It's a minute to learn, a lifetime to master. It's a very particular skill set. Ooh, a soft jank from Spenny. Spenny 420, Team 420 over here. He's done a lot of work in the built-in mechanics of the game. And he understands, we call that flag janking, but he's actually, that's like a level 8 flag jank. He didn't take that at the full angle. He like soft lobbed it at the flag. So what I'm doing here is I'm double checking all of my grids, because there's movement on this one that is not on the other one. I think I'm gonna want to pop it just over there. It's these downhill slopes, but I'm in the zone that I like, so I'm okay with it.
Nice.
We're on track. You're a Strikers player? Right on. I never actually got into Mario Strikers, but it's a very beautiful game. It's like all that hand-drawn artwork. I love the artwork in Streets of Rage 4. It's sort of like the same thing. I like that like ink and paint, but done in digital animation format. The Switch seems to handle that like really, really well. Strikers used a lot of that, and it was really cool. But I don't actually have that game. I haven't played any other Strikers games. But if you dig golf, this is a gem on the Switch. And it's got a story mode, Brandito, that if you're interested in actually like learning how to do it, because it is sort of like a skill set you have to develop. I think that's why there's sort of like it's not a steep learning curve, because it is doable, but if you want to like start getting into learning all the routing and tech, it takes a little bit to get it all down. But the story mode is built to teach you a bunch of that, and I think they did a really good job balancing that all to make an RPG out of it, but it is a little bit sleepy. The story mode in this game does not captivate. And then it ends with you fighting a giant snowman, and you're like, I don't know if I was satisfied. I don't know if this slaked my lust. I don't know if the final boss in the story mode of this game really did slake my golf lust. But they did try. They really tried. Camelot did the best with what they could. Come on, baby, get in. Oh my gosh, I'm honing this. That's my individual. It's my own route. No, very few people go to the other side of the river there. I like that route.
Yes.
You got about 30 to 40 hours into it. Right on, man. Oh no, Knucklepuck slams the pin, catches the lip on his way across, and does not drop. Ooh. The physics in this game, with the topology, the topography, the geometry, and all of it, is really accurate. A lot of my friends that play like the PGA Tour games and stuff, they've played this, and they're like, this is so much harder than PGA golf or stuff like that. So that's why I think it didn't get as much traction on the drop either, is because it's genuinely difficult.
Ready?
The KP got straight H'd. And Dishnet shorted the putt. Oh no. Oh no. That's frustrating. We're getting some pretty good weather out here. It doesn't rain that often on Spiky with normal winds. I'm going to play this one a little bit differently than I normally do it. I'm going to try the 9-wood at this. I really want to bring the loft more into place, so I'm going to overpower it, super it, and bring it down a little bit at the end. I have to start getting over this tree a little bit more consistently. Am I long on? I'm way long on that. Yeah, that 9-wood has way more power. It's a wood. It's the lower wood, but it's just still got a ton of power. Okay, that's me experimenting a little bit on this one. I want to... be able to make that work, but I don't have the greatest solution for it yet. See if I can play the slope in. Come on. I ding the pin. I think I did.
Pin shot.
More arrows down, probably, but I was not that close.
Nice par.
Yeah, the PGA physics at times can be that, like, you can keep playing the same hole the same way, and eventually the RNG might give it to you.
Ready?
Like, that doesn't happen in this. Like, I was banging my head against the wall when I first got this game because I was doing shit like that. And you'd land close, and you're like, at least I got close, and then you try and straight putt it, and it would never work because you have to accommodate for the roll of how the green's gonna break, and you have to know that. And if you don't, you're just like, and go in, like, because if you're and then you do it again expecting to make it that time, and it still doesn't work, and that's when you either put it down or you go to find the Reddit, you go find the Discord, and you're like, how the fuck are you people doing it? But yeah, Bowser with his big fat foot, you know, Bowser's unfair in the game in a lot of different ways. We don't talk about that. But Bowser has it easy. Spenny got Bowser by random though, so we're gonna give him a pass. I'm gonna go back to seeing if I can make this work. Ooh, that's too much power, especially with that wind. Yeah, I needed to come in just a little bit under the pin, and I wanted to skip it up right at the hole for an eagle to stay in time, but that's going to leave me at 8,
Nice.
Spenny at 9. Under for the course. Yeah, just hit the YouTube tutorials. It's better than spending the time with the well, it's quicker than spending the time with the story mode. However, I do think that learning by doing in the game is effective, but I can be told exactly what to do over and over again. I still won't be able to do it in this game. Like, you have to learn it on your own. I don't even know how to describe it. It's really interesting, and I think that's effective and gratifying because Dr. Ebik, arguably the best player in the world, actively playing right now. Like, I have a route on Bowser Highlands that player was like, wait, you do what with that? And end up where? Like, I was all smiles when I thoroughly impressed a very high level player, because I had come up with a route that was just risky but consistent enough to keep working, and it put me. I'm a low drive. I play a low drive character. I'm a Peach main. There's higher drive characters, but Peach has more control, and I like a little bit more predictability. So that's what I do with it, and stuff like that keeps happening, especially with new players. Do a little bit of a stop on this and put me right next door.
Great.
Yeah, and this game has lots of carve-outs for that. There's lots of different characters that have many different control points too. Everything's similar, but subtly different. You either have 4 control bars like I do over here on the meter, 1, 2, 3, 4, or you have 3, and that distributes your control in a different fashion, so all those players look at the game differently. And Iluna plays Boo, which is a spooky character. I had a Boo phase. I was trying my damnedest to be a Boo main. I just couldn't really get Teresa to cooperate with me. But I mean, we love each other. We love one another very much. I think this is casual. I think this is a casual. Yeah, there she is. Hi. I think this is casual. Nobody said anything about rank yet. So 9 and 10 here on Spiky are sort of very similar. However, I don't like the hybrid for that. I'm gonna leave the 7-iron on it because I think I'm gonna need the close skip. That pin is no. Am I still alive? Oh my gosh, what happened? Oh, it's Spenny is hosting the room. Sometimes Spenny's internet can get a little spotty, but they're in the Great North and it's super windy. There's a lot of weather out there right now, so that makes sense. We got the first 9. Oh, you only lost me? Oh shit. Well then I can't blame Spenny's internet. I'm still live though. I don't even think I had a blip. I didn't even see a bitrate drop. Really? That doesn't have just a random connection drop? That hasn't happened in a while. It's the wind. It's got something to do with the wind, right, Ophelia? Bummer. Well, at least it was casual. So I don't have to track any of that down. Do you want to? That would be gracious of you to restart for me. You don't have to do that, but if you want to, we can. We got a pred running, so yeah, intermission. Let's go to the lobby and get a hot dog. It's an intermission. It's the whole 9, front 9 intermission. Yeah, we're gonna play the back 9. We should have somebody quick pop in for 5 minutes of voice chat to talk about the match. Here we are after the first 9 holes. Let's have a hot dog, ladies and gentlemen. Sit down, get comfortable, reverse engineer the baseball musical theme, and get yourself a hot dog. They're only $5. Really, it's March Madness, for goodness sake. You deserve it. Have a fucking hot dog. Have a hot dog. Come on down. Get a hot dog. It's time. This is a perfect time for a hot dog. If I had a hot dog right now, I would get it out and show it to you. Oh, man. You ready for me? Okay, cool. Hot dog. I need to slow that down. That's the next thing that you do with the hot dog meme, is that you slow it down like 50%. And it's just like, come on down. Get a hot dog. That's the next thing that's going to happen with that redeem. Yo, get some sleep, El Brandito. Thanks for hanging out, man. We'll play some games soon. I play Stardew on the Switch, so I can co-op with you, even though that's something I've never done before. But I'm almost at the point where I think I can do that. I am not bad. So good to see you, Mario Punch. I'm acting like you've been here the whole time because I was talking about our race. But if you just got here, it's so good to see you, man. Hope you're having a good night. Hot dog. You had a literal 0.1. I haven't had a 0.1 in a while. If ever. Maybe once, twice. I don't even know if twice. We were talking about that earlier, Miss Dottie D. The wind is just taking no prisoners. If I didn't take that shed down, the wind would have taken it down for me today or last night or yesterday at some point. GLHF, good vibes. I will see you, I'm sure, in the very near future. El Brandito. Am I saying that right? I think I was saying it wrong when I first read it. Isn't it nice? Knucklepuck getting the match in early. Yes, the unstable Manos, the Hands of Fate. If you're a Mystery Science Theater 3000 fan, that was for you. GLHF, still a casual match. Nice, cool. I corrected myself because, but I do that too, and I've had other streamers do that where they're like, it's gravy art. I'm like, oh, but it's just because we're spinning a lot of different mental plates, and I think I said I didn't get that it was it's a nice play on words, a double entendre. El Brandito. Beard gang. But yeah, the shed needed to go. There was that weird evil pit underneath that maybe was my responsibility. Like, it was absolutely my responsibility to deal with. But maybe the universe, was like, this is it's time. It's time to show Graveyard the haunted pit and see what he does with it. And I was like, oh my god, I have to fill you with a lot of gravel. That's what I did. But I'm having ideas now. I'm gonna plant sage all along the outside, and then I'm gonna have a little flat spot. I'm gonna put a little chair, and I'm just gonna fucking sit. I'm just gonna sit out there. I'm gonna have like wind chimes and shit. I was like, man, I gotta hang a wind chime here. I gotta have my little like sage. It's gonna be like my little graveyard sage garden. Am I gonna drop again? Oh no. But that's gonna be, I think that's gonna be super cool. It just used regular backspin, but it's not, damn it. It might be, I don't think my, actually, yeah, my bitrate is juicy right now. Oh, it's a terrible line. I'm actually gonna use the freaking pitching wedge and I'm gonna half chip it. Look at, that's actually kind of the, not a bad putt. It's not actually that bad of a putt. Dude, it's not that bad of a putt. It's not really that bad of a putt. Oh, I needed one more, two more to the left. Two more to the left, a late break. Wasn't really that bad of a putt. Yeah, my sage yard.
Nice par.
And then we were talking about, I think Zinbini posted a bunch of graveyard pictures in the Discord, and I'm always like, ooh, I'll like
Ready?
fascinate over a graveyard photo. But now I have to, I mentioned that there's a haunted, like walled off, locked, gated section of my graveyard that I don't go over there. But I will for you guys. I'll do a Nature with Graveyard episode where I go in the locked haunted portion. They lock it for a reason. That wind did need the attention on that side. I actually did that right and brought it back because I thought I overcorrected.
Birdie.
Now Spenny is not currently in the tournament, but
Nice birdie.
janking that technique is banned in the rules for the competitive tournament that I'm in right now. So I won't do that. But I can.
Ready?
I can do it. I wanted that putt to make up for it really nicely. Let's see if I can do something special on 12 with my long remote tee box route. We got the wind in my favor here. Give me the penalty. I will take it every time. I'm not even. I like how there's multiple different. What is going on here? This is bizarre. I'm not. Yeah, I think all of my stuff is like normal. Oh man, I feel bad. You don't have to do that, but we can. Why is that happening? I have no idea. I have been doing that, Mayor Adam, but just currently in the thing that I'm practicing for, that's not allowed. But it's like there's different clubs, like not golf clubs, but like organizing governing bodies of sport that define different rule sets. There's going to be a Good Vibes gaming tournament coming up on the 25th, Saturday the 25th. Thank you so much, Spenny. You are the man, dude. Saturday the 25th of March is the Good Vibes Gaming Ridge Rock Lake tournament. Yeah, the moon is fucking with me. Am I the only one on the East Coast in this room? That might be true. I'm not sure where Dish is at. You're in East Coast? Right on. Yeah, it's just, yeah, chalk it up to the moon. We have to chalk it up to the moon, which is unfortunate, but... And BH also is... Okay. Okay, so we both like to stay up really late. Okay. I think for some reason I thought you might have been in Central, but... Nope, we're just stay up really late at night. See, the moon won't even let Miss Dottie D type. Thank goodness we're not out on the Oregon Trail. Not only would Miss Dottie D kick us all out of the party, but then like we'd all come back as like you know, haunted weevils, and eat all the flour. East Coast gang. East Coast gang. I know, right? Iluna is on great terms with the moon. I think I'm on pretty good terms with the moon too. She showed herself to me as I was getting back from the grocery store, just grabbing a couple things, and it was amazing. It was just like that scene in the third Harry Potter where the clouds like part past the moon and it's like huge. But in this case, they have it a cooler color grade. Tonight was a warm moon. It almost looked like a harvest moon, but it was. It was beautiful. I wouldn't Dottie the moon. I would keep the moon in my party. I am not Dottieing the moon. Dottie would kick the moon out. Dottie's like, yeah, whatever. I don't need you. Dottie's like, just get out of here. Oh, and I had the perfect win last time, and I didn't do what I needed to do, and then I tempered it, and I didn't check the win. And I'm back a little bit further. That just makes for a crappier lie. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Cheese, perhaps. Oh, 2 or 3 more on the left. Big ones. 2 or 3 more big ones on the left. And that was albatross territory. Ooh.
Nice.
Penny on the top end of that, and we end up. Ooh, that's interesting. Are we on the team's 420 gang? Is it 420 versus Knucklepuck and Dish? Oh my gosh, this. The scorekeepers are tearing their hair out right now. It's tough to keep track of.
Ready?
Yeah, the moon would be wearing a silk shirt. The moon is like, no, my shirt's made of cheese. It took me a while to get this cheese shirt. To find a cheese shirt that fits the moon. Can't just go to Barney's and get that. Yeah, I think the moon might be hiding. Is that a golf joke, Dottie? That is like freaking 4D golf moon joke. Hiding a shank. Because a shank is a golf term for, there's a shank and a slice? Dottie, I think, is referencing my Heidi knife. But that's like an A+ freaking, Johnny Carson level golf joke from Dottie there. I'm gonna ooh, that's a little bit more lift than I wanted. What am I using? I'm not even using the hybrid. Yeah, I just need it. I knew I needed to lift that at the end to affect my angle, and I should have done like 1, maybe 2, not all 3. Okay, we save it though.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, Dishnet is all pro. Dishnet is probably the best announcer in the server by far. And they don't really announce golf. I think they primarily do baseball. But even when they do announce golf, they're better than me. You can tell their experience shines through, and it's always a privilege to listen to DishNet call a match. And Norris casted it. Thank you for pointing that out last time, Dish. That was nice. I got the radio experience with that match because I couldn't see it, so I was just listening to DishNet's calls, and it was really cool. I was like, man, this is like it was like an old school baseball radio match. It was golf, but it was like an old school thing, and it was a lot of fun. Ooh, this is a nice pin too. I'm gonna try and conquer this lie, and ooh, I touched the fringe there. I don't hit the flat spot.
Nice approach. Birdie.
We're right in the zone though. Yeah, the moon. I think the moon might be jerking me around, but I think. I mean, what? I'm a Libra, so the moon is like really like neither for or against me. She's just like, oh yeah, graveyard. That's right. That's where we keep the dead. We're cool. We're cool with him. Cheese shirt on the moon, dude. How is that? That has. I feel like that's a Frank Zappa album. If that's not a Frank Zappa album, that's an album that he thought about naming Cheese Shirt on the Moon. That is so Zappa. And we think of some weird shit, and I don't say that that often, but that just conjures up Zappa vibes. Cheese Shirt on the Moon. That's funny, dude. I'm gonna bring it down and through. I have the wind at my back, and I have a lot of power behind me. Let's see if I can clip the caddy road. Ooh, no, all right, die, Spike. No, we went past the Spike. I was gonna murder my favorite character. How could I? Spike. I love Spike. I love Spike. Look at him. Look at what he does all day long. Ooh, look at that little guy. Oh, I love him. Libra gang. We, for the longest time, I thought that it was like, oh, well, Libras are balanced, right? It's like, but you shouldn't just, that's not a, Libras seek balance. They don't innately possess it, but we do seek it. That's probably why we do what we do. Here we go. Okay, I'm in place. Kick's good. Come on. Oh, I didn't even get a piece of it. I drove right by it. I drove right by it. I wanted to do that. Yes, I am absolutely. I am like the Libra-ist Libra. The spikes only do this when they are relaxed and happy. Yeah, otherwise it's like the spikes, they don't cooperate. I should really practice this putt. Okay, all right, fine. I'll practice the really hard putt. Okay, I think the full meter will do it. It's a lot of hill.
Nice birdie.
Yes.
Ready?
Yeah, there was a big putt. Yeah, there's a lot of many jazz bassists tend to be Libras for some reason. I don't know if there's I like to, just observe things, but I wonder if there's something to that. Okay, that's a little bit more than ooh, one arrow is not really enough to tame that. I hope that's okay. Okay, that's better than I thought it was going to be. I'm sort of off kilter there, but I am in the fringe, so we'll take a putt at it. Bush is stealing Knuckle Puck Zen. You have to tap into your inner Libra. Yeah, like it's, ooh, the blue looks really, it's the exact same, for some reason my lighting must be extra, like, balanced tonight. Blue cat. Not a care in her little blue heart.
Nice.
Windy, isn't it, Oaf? I'm so, I'm actually, it's blue, it's so cold. It's so cold and there's so many birds. Oh god, Spiky, the gulls on Spiky. It looks warm out here, but the wind chill is like 30 below. It's like the weather is unpredictable. It's, the wind is like, it's very dry and the wind is so spiky that it just chills the air to like a really low temperature, just really quick. I've been refining, if anything's been happening lately, I've been refining this route. And it is something else. I'm doing less with it. Like, look, I'm doing no shaping here. Let's see if I know what the hell I'm doing. That 9-mile-an-hour wind is a little bit juicy there, but we're right in the middle of the fairway. I like to be back a little bit. You can get over this with the 9 wood, though. You need a 9 wood to do it, but you can do it here. Imagine the tornado picking up and tossing around the spiky balls. It would be like that scene in Hurricane or Tornado or what the fuck is that with Helen Hunt and Twister. But instead of scientific instruments, they're like they're weaponized spike balls. If I hit this front, I'm gonna be pissed. I will be a little PO'd if I hit this. Yeah, that's all right. I'm not that PO'd. It could have been worse. I thought I could get over it. I really did. I really did. I really thought I could get over that. 2.9 with the wind and the slope. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Fine. Sure. Do we have a little bit of roll on this with the wind? Actually, no. I could have left standard spin on that with the way I was going to pull it up in the air. This one is actually a real... I'm glad I'm getting to practice this putt because I am not sure about that. I overcounted that. I'm glad I did. Take the par there. Spenny also hit the tree. Cross your fingers that TOG hits the tree. Knucklepuck takes the birdie there. 17's a tough birdie. This is the last hole of our match. We've had some connection woes, so it's taken a little bit longer. But currently Spenny at 17 under, myself at 17 under, Knucklepuck at 17 under, and Dishnet 14 under, shooting through 18 here. The wind is against my route. If you're unfamiliar with this route, this is a Graveyard original. What happens if I added more right arrows? You hit the tree and you land right on the T-bones. It's I hope some programmer did that on purpose. And actually I'm a little bit left here, so I'm gonna have to shape it, but I have the wind anyway. So I'm just gonna overcast it. It is magical. I don't get it perfect. There is still something wrong with this. I don't get it perfect because I am nervous about this tree from here. Normally I don't worry about it, but from here I am a little bit aware of it. And it's 10 yards up, so I got a lot of room to move here. I'm gonna use the backspin, the 5 wood. 1 up, 1 over. Actually, that's not 1, that's 3. So I'm just sort of lying to you there. Is that enough? I have the right shift. I've got a lot of right shift on this. And that takes me way right. Imagine that. And I'm chipping from the other side. Approach wedge for sure. Terrible shot. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. Ow! Oh my god. Ooh, it stings. Ooh, it's hot. It's hot. It's a good thing I'm made of ice. I'm a falconeer. This is my eagle. Yes. Go. Go and get her, Gertrude. Go and get her. It's my Gertrude Hawk. Eagle. Knuckle puck. Let's see it. He's... Oh, no! What robbery! He had an equally poor lie. He had an equally poor lie. Oh, wow. Am I the only one that gets the eagle? Yeah. All right. This is practice, and things fall apart on Spiky Palms. Things fall apart on Spiky Palms. But that is the final score is 37. Team 420 is 37-33 on the Pred. What a match! I'm glad that we took the time to reset a few times, because sometimes that's not always the most intuitive thing. But yeah, wow, that was oh man, that's good for my practice because I put myself into a lot of really sticky situations there, and I was blazing with the chat. That's right. Yeah, Oaf is cozy. We have the stationary cloud is here. It's good. That's good vibes. It's good luck. I think the mic is performing well. The levels look healthy, and I don't think it's like peeking out or crackling or anything like that. So I think I'm happy. I'm happy with my $17 purchase. Immediately goes to Blustery for a palate cleanser. Can I come with? I know I said Spiky all night, but I kind of changed my mind. Kind of want to see what everybody's dealing with over there. It's gonna be a nice change of scenery. And 19 under isn't bad for such a bumpy game. I will take a 19. If I can throw a 19 under with my TOG match, that's what I want. I want all of that to happen, and I want to be able to get out of it with what I did. Because if I come up with an 18 under, Toggles with an 18 under, and myself with a 19 under, I'll be happy as a pig and shit, dude. I think that's going to be a big upset. That would be a big upset in the brackets for sure. You sent a pic of the blue cat in the avatar setting. Nice. Thank you, TG. Oh yeah, let me find your thing real quick. Can you I don't think you DM'd that to me, but I wanted to show off your work. Let me just track that down here real quick. That's adorable. That's adorable. Oh, you put the background in. Oh, TG Whizman is yeah. Ophelia doesn't even know how famous she is. Nice work. Having no one pick you, well, I think what, 3 brackets picked me, which is definitely in the minority. But Ophelia is a moon spirit. She's cold but calculating, and she's pretty warm to me. Also, I liked this. I won't spoil the other one. I liked this. This is a compliment. The Thinker? Really? Me as the Thinker? That's high praise. That's high praise. Because that's high art. I mean, that's the Thinker, right? But this was fucking good, dude. Also, did you make the Badonkadonk cat? That's really good too. I didn't realize. I looked so much like an Amish man. This really does feel like an Amish guy left on Rumspringa and just never came back, but didn't go too crazy. He was like, yeah, I got this shack in the weed, and I don't know, I'm never going back to the farm, man. Fuck that place. The Thinking Man is what it's called. But this, Whizman, do I have permission to upload this? I'll give you the artist tag for sure. I want to see how it looks at small size. Cool, thanks. I think the green could, that could be any color. We could sort of change that to any color. But I think that might look really good because it's much more basic than what I did. So thank you. I appreciate that. It's the least I can do. But I want you to know how thankful I am. If you do fan art for me, I'll show it. That's super cool of you. I'm truly flattered, and it's good too. That might really work well as an emote. You can't know until you have it uploaded and it gets compressed and shit like that. So weird shit happens with the pixels. Grave Heart. The Grave Heart explosion actually compressed really nicely, and that's why I didn't spend that much time on it, but I was like, darn it, that looks really good. Welcome in, Olo Polar Bear. How are you? I hope your night's going well. Do you play Mario Golf Super Rush? If you do, you're more than welcome to kick in for a match. If you respect, this game is just as much fun to spectate as it is to play. So I have just as much fun watching what we do as I do actually participating in it too. But hello, welcome in. Yeah, this is like a first for me. We haven't gotten to review fan. This is like, wow. Somebody drew that of me. It's too much. No, you're too much. You're good. You're good. You're good, kid. You're real good. It's madness. It's Spiky Madness. Yeah, when your face turns purple and you're on the commode, yeah, maybe eat a bran muffin. Or like, I was talking about how I eat bales of kale on stream. So you're a viewer for sure. You're in a great spot because we're doing some very cool, like, actual sportsy stuff this month. If you're familiar with, March Madness and the format, it's bracketed play, which is always uber interesting. But we have two regions. It's the Tostarena region and the Shibuya region. One takes place on the spiky desert that we were just on, and one takes place on the cold course. Which does anybody want to practice their blustery? I just got the notion to play it, and I don't want to let it go if Dish is headed off there. I'll join you if you want, Dish. You play Spirit Fair. I'm not familiar with it, but I will check out your stream. Let me give you the little the sneaky follow here. Gotcha. And Luna's internet just went down. I hopped on your phone. Okay, I think we probably use the same backbone, like, regionally. So I hope my internet doesn't die too. It's a weird night. There's a lot of weather out there tonight. But yeah, let's run a blustery. Does anybody want to join for a blustery? I'm not anticipating that I end up there because I'm only picked in 3 brackets to advance because I have to play a pretty tough opponent. The 3 seed in is that in my region or the entire it's just in my region. Okay. Regional backbone. Yeah, what do they do? What band does fucking taking care of business? they're a that cover band, and I bet they do really well. Working overtime, regional backbone. Yeah, let's shiver together, NBH. Oh, I gotta pay out this pred. Team 420 with 69% of the bet. Hell yeah, it's an over 10,000K gravestone pred too. I didn't realize it was so big. 5.9 on the Believers side, 4K on the Dish and Knucklepuck side. A good bet. Dish and Knucklepuck are both kind of like on fire lately. And Team 420, well, it's right there in the name. Yeah, you know what to expect from us. But we do it. We do it to it, and we do it well. It's Team 420. Huey Lewis in the news? Oh, okay, yeah. Regional backbone. Huey Lewis in the news cover band. Is there one of those touring right now? If there's not, jeez, we might be onto something. Lost the match, won the pred. Hell yeah. Way to bet against yourself. A true Libra. a true balanced individual. He's like, yeah, we're not. I know where to put my money on this one. Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, I love them too. They're great. I know. I probably only know the hits. I'm not like a huge fan, but yeah, Huey Lewis in the news, freaking awesome. Great vibe. It's for some reason that name, Regional Backbone, conjured up. I don't know why that. Because there's that, it's Damn the Torpedoes. They're a Tom Petty cover band. And I'm like, where'd you get that name? It's a great name for a Tom Petty cover band. And I'm not making that up. That's actually real. Like, I think I looked that up. Somebody looked that up. I think it's called Damn the Torpedoes. And they think they tour all the time. They do really well. They're a Tom Petty cover band. You did post the bluegrass version of The Power of Love. Did I comment back on it? That banjo player really, dude. I love a banjo player that's just like, it's like he's barely moving. And that was tasteful. That was really nice. I like the whole ensemble. It was a really nice arrangement. I love stuff like that. Like when somebody does a really kick-ass, like bluegrass, like there's an instrumental, Life in the Fast Lane. I forget what group does it, but I've done a lot of bluegrass covers in my performing career, so I have a soft spot in my heart for all of that stuff. I have room in my heart for the 5-string banjo. Can I see the friend room here? Let me refresh. Okay, yeah, I got it. We are cool. Password is 8. Yeah, I know I can find that easily but I bet if you just type that into Spotify, it would pop right up. But yeah, there's it's good. It's really good. Life in the Fast Lane. I wish copyright's a thing, and I actually value my stream so much. I don't want to take chances with copyright, but I think I might upload my DJ sets and stuff like that to YouTube, because my YouTube channel is sort of just like a full-on graveyard. So if I want to tempt fate, I'll do it over on YouTube. But yeah, I think NBH is playing, and Knuckle Puck. I'm so glad you're still with us, even by mobile, Iluna. Whenever somebody does that, I'm always like, wow, that makes me feel really really special. So I have to really like a streamer to scramble. And who's playing Peach? Oh, okay. I got nervous there. It's like I'll fight. I'll fight for my blonde princess. So this is not where I'm headed. I'm going to change up the scenery a little bit here and head off to what is currently taking place on the other side of the bracket, because I think it's going to be fun. GLHF, of course. It's a casual match. What is the pred here? It's Knuckle Puck and... Oh, this is the Knuckle Yard. Is it the Knuckle Yard? Yeah, it's the Knuckle Yard. What's that that album, that bluegrass album? I think it's just called Lonesome Pines, or I think it's something really basic. I think but the first track on the album is Gravel Yard, and that's a lot of the vibe of the Graveyard, Gravel Yard. It's a good I think it's just called Lonesome Pines. I can't think if that's the name of the band or the album. It's okay. It's Team Dish Happier versus Knuckle Yard. You got 5 minutes on this one. Ooh, which T were you practicing, Dish? Yeah, T1 is a whole nother rotten apple. You regularly play the single player T. Okay, so that is what? Do you say that's the third or the second? And I have a few different things that I can do here, but I kind of want to practice this out. The second T might be able to do this. This is a really iffy route. 20-mile-an-hour tailwind. Get out of town. All right, I'm up and through. I got the left shift. I got all the wind. I got a little bit of push here at the end. Let's get around this tree. Maybe we'll touch the tree. No, we don't touch the tree. We execute that perfectly and we hit the tee box. That's exactly what I wanted to do. You can't do that from the first tee. That route, I've tried to make that work from the first tee so many times, it just doesn't work. First tee is cursed on Blustery. But this is not for free either. However, this is like the best. That's the best I've done that in a while. .20-mile-an-hour wind, 12 yards down on that. Let it take you there. Let's use that special club we like to call the hybrid. Oh, no. My wind read is a little bit wrong. It's 20 mile an hour wind. It's hard to get right. Yeah, there's so many good angles on Blustery. Whereas Spiky has a little bit more of a dialed in thing. I feel like Blustery, everybody's always second guessing themselves and doing new things on Blustery.
Nice birdie.
You prefer T1 on Blustery? Really? No kidding. Which route did you... I didn't look at your route there.
Ready?
There's only a couple of places where I really have things that I just don't like for first tee on Blustery. A lot of interesting routes do work on it. I feel like I want to change this route a little bit. I'd rather be back further. I'd rather still hit this tee box, but be back a little bit further on it. You go through the tree off of the tee on one. You just hit the tree. You just do it. I don't quite make the tee box on that. But I'm back a little bit further. And I can just go right over the blowhorn. There's a hole in it? No. No! Well, Knuckle Puck, I really appreciate you telling me that. Nobody else has told me that. Really? There's a hole in it? You can just go right through the stupid tree? No way, really?
Nice on.
3 down right through the tree, you're kidding. Ooh! NBH with a pin dent. However, he does have to set up for his par here. And this snow is just, is that underpowered? Nope, that's good. The snow is tough. It's like a brighter day, but the snowy greens are a whole different. You're putting on snow. Nice snap. There you go. Knuckle Puck drops it in place. Good work. Oh, that's 3-bar strats. I bet it's so close. I bet it would still work for me. Maybe just 2 down. You hit the hole from the 3rd tee on that one? You're kidding. Third and 4th tee have a completely different thing to think about here, if I remember correctly. If I'm running 4th tee, or I like to wrap it around trees, like way out on the outside. Everybody gets close to that. Look at that. Everybody's like right on top of that. This is I'll have to remember to tell Will. I think
Ready?
I think I can recommend the mic. I have to go back and listen to this, but it seems like it's working. Okay, my route here is pretty iffy too, but we get good wind here, so I think I can do it. I just like to go, and you're flirting with disaster because there's a couple of pokies on the other side of this. If you do make it across this little gap, and you get running in here, which I'm not going to go that far because we get a little bit of headwind. Okay, we'll be able to get the kick right down the hill. Look at that. You can't ask for more than that. But I think we're back a little bit too far here. Yeah, we have to hit this gap, and this isn't the worst. But you don't really want to start introducing this kind of shaping. I have to be a little bit further. If I can get right here, I'm good. Because I can hit between those pokies. Looks like NBH is going to try for it. NBH is back much further than me. He can probably just get right over the tree. That might be a good option here. Come up short, or he might even be able to shoot in between these 2 trees here. This one is where things change for me. Oop, yep, he goes right over the tree. Look at that. Good angle. He's back far enough to be able to do it. Didn't really even get that close to it. Okay, so do I have Peach figured out is the question here. And do I want to do it with a 7-iron? I would rather do it with a 7-iron, but I have to get into the Dorito, and I don't really want to. I get a little bit of right shift, so... I'm down on my power, but yeah, that's okay.
Great. Eagle putt.
Again, it's a nice day. It's snowy greens, so to think about that. Overcorrected by just 1 or 2 then.
Birdie putt.
Unfortunate.
Nice birdie.
That's tough. I was really close to that eagle. Nux gets it. Nicely done.
Ready?
Overpowered, I would have been in a different zone, but I would have been a little bit further away, actually. Because I got right shifted on that. This one I'm doing different stuff with, too, these days.
Nice shot.
The pitfall here is going too far right too early and ending up in the bushes over there. If I go too far here, it's bad news too. It's really close to that. I'm okay, but only just. Who's that? Or oh, okay. I thought somebody was playing Koopa, and I thought he was down there in the bushes, but he was looking at me. It was kind of weird. I was like, you don't normally look at me. Alright, sand wedge with or I got the red line, I got the tailwind. I don't really want to use the sand wedge for the shot, but I sort of have to.
Nice approach.
That slope is so significant. Oh, that was too much power. That was I knew it was too much power when I did it, but I was like, it's uphill, I'll just, yeah, that was way too much power. Would have gone in otherwise, but it was just not, it wasn't perfect enough to overpower it like that.
Ready?
Some great weather out here. It is so windy. Alright, we're too far right. Not gonna get the distance that I need there. I still could putt it, but I'm not that crazy. No.
Excellent. Birdie putt.
I'm a little salty. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little salty over that one. Cathedral, but I look down at cathedrals in chat, so my day is immediately better. I commented on TKG's last YouTube video. I just said, miss you. Hope you're flourishing. I didn't realize that they had posted like a goodbye for now kind of thing. And it's Splangy. What is happening, dude? Welcome in, my man. So good to see you. How are you? This one's tough, dude. I almost got away with that eagle to make up for that bad putt on the last one. That was gonna be great. I two-putted the last one. Blustery's like not being nice. I really almost
Ready?
bang that eagle though. That it didn't even piddle off. It stopped right in front of the pin. I can't believe that didn't happen. It's because the pin is frozen. There's a layer of frost on the pin, and Blustery Basin is the world is working against you on Blustery Basin. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, dude. Yeah, the TKG stuff was big feels last night for me too, Cathedral. I went back and started watching the old streams. I was like, I love this this Final Fantasy Tactics content. I want to watch more of it. Wow, I hit my route perfectly there. I got a lot of left shift on that too, so I'm surprised I didn't hit the tree. I got up there a little bit early. It's a little bit further off, but it's still that 20-mile-an-hour wind. I mean, that's going to have a lot to do with this. A lot to do with this. Let's go for a cruise. Not too bad.
Nice on.
Not too shabby. I know what you mean, Cathedral. So many happenstantical coincidences. I mean, when they all pile up like that, it's like how much. We've been talking about the moon all night. We've been talking about how this moon is like having such influence on everyone. The Libras are struggling to balance.
Ready?
Get these bad rounds out of the way now. That's right, Dishnet. That's why I'm going to over-practice Spiky. That's how I did on my qualifier. I over-practiced. Once I started shooting bad rounds on woods, I went into my... I did that off-stream, too. I played like 4 or 5 matches on woods. Just bad. Just doing it badly. And I was like, I gotta fix this. And I did. It actually worked. I shot that nice qualifier. Forever maintaining the balance. It's true. We won't stop trying, even if we aren't succeeding. But yeah, I'd like to see them start. I haven't watched stream 1 Cathedral, like where they start the game. Like I'd love to watch that.
Ready?
For anybody who's unfamiliar, we're talking about the Korean Goblin, TKG for short. They're in our hearts a prolific Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced streamer that was active about 6 months to a year ago, and they sort of just we thought they just disappeared, but I went on their YouTube channel. They did post a like hiatus video. They're like in college and you know, focusing on, you know, life stuff. So that's good. That's healthy. But it's always bittersweet when a streamer that you like a lot doesn't stream anymore. Give me the tree, please, and the pokey. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's fine. It's fine. I just had to stop it there somehow. I didn't care how I did it. I'll be a little bit short here. Actually, I don't know if I would have gotten around that tree with what I would have done anyway. I didn't have the room in the 4th bar. Early breaker. There you go. Nice.
Nice eagle.
Yo, Toasted Tony, what is happening, my dude? So good to see you. Yeah, this moon has been affecting all the wildlife. I'm sure your cats are also being affected by this crazy, enormous moon. And you're smoking your last joint until John Wick 4 comes out? Nice! Good vibes. Hugely awesome vibe. I'm a huge Keanu fan. Right on. Wizman is doing some cool artwork. I gotta show you Cathedral. But yeah, Cathedral's a great streamer. They're a lot of fun to watch. This one can be a little bit dicey because it wants you to correct at the end, and I've learned not to. Yeah, like look, NBH does what I tend to do. He's over there and just send it straight. And even if you hit the rough, you just can't get over there. You just can't be anywhere near that rock. Things get bad for you. But here I can use my dirty hybrid. And sort of I'm gonna clip right up over this. Watch. Ooh, that was nice from NBH. I'm gonna fly low and slow. Go, baby, go!
Not chipping.
All right. All right. All right, all right, all right, all right. Wow, indeed.
Ready?
I needed to get back in this game somehow. That's how I didn't expect it to be like that, but that's pretty special. That was a nice one. That was an eagle. That was a good eagle, Toasted Tony. It's a good call. And your next hole-in-one opportunity of the game right here on 11. Tricky win for it. And yeah, that's our lore with cathedrals. That's how Cathedral and I met. We both raided and hung out on TKG's stream, and that's how we made each other's acquaintance. The eagle wiggle. Did I do a little dance? I was really happy with myself on that one. I was extra pleased with myself. Stream, baby. A little bit long on that.
Nice, huh? Birdie.
Oh no! Knucklepug smacks the top of that pin. Coming in from were you off in the bunker maybe? This one's so tough if you don't time it just right. And I didn't. I came in a little bit late and I got away with it somehow. I don't really know how I did that. Oh no! I can't believe it.
Nice par.
I can't believe I did that. I can't believe I did that. This one was mean. Why was this one mean to all of us? NBH is like, are you guys okay? Because it doesn't look like you guys are okay. Oh gosh, that yeah, this is cold Spiky. Spiky Madness in the title. We're not playing Spiky. I intended to play Spiky all night. We're getting a little spiky here. We're getting spiked. I can't believe I left that short. It's because it's the weather on Blustery is like the worst of the worst. I could have triple powered that, and it would have been fine. Wow. Wow, I am inconsistent to say the least. These guys are going for this T-box chip over here. Yeah, I like the win for it too. I really do. You guys totally know what you're looking at. The programming? What are you working in? What are you referencing anything in particular? Okay, let's see if this win can be read. Oh no, I'm a little bit short. Yeah.
Nice.
We're like simultaneously. Knucklepug's much closer than I am.
Nice birdie.
Oh man, I can't believe I get a slick eagle like that and then I short a putt right on the next hole.
Ready?
Right on the next hole. Alright, let's use the icy hole. Or nope, we don't need it. We're left shifted and tailwinded past it. We are long gone. We don't even need the icy hole. Ooh, NBH got the tail end of that blowhorn. That's tough.
Nice shot.
I have a lot of snot on this 7-iron. Oh my god, that was really close.
Eagle.
That was really, really close. It was
Nice eagle.
full moon close. Yeah. Maybe they will return at the end of the spring-summer semester when the classes are over. That's why I just wanted to leave one comment on that. I never comment on YouTube videos, ever. I can't remember the last time I commented on a YouTube video. But I felt compelled to just leave a nice comment. It's just like because I hope they're flourishing, and I do miss them very much. But if you have, if you're in college and you're living like a life with someone, and you have a full-time job, and you're also going to try and stream, that's a lot. That's so much, actually. In fact, I don't even, like, that's more than I do. You know what I mean? I'm single. Like, I think it takes up more time. It begins to take up more time than you think it will when you start doing it a lot. When you start streaming a lot. Yeah, I want them to do just like one stream a month. You know, I want them to just stream Final Fantasy Tactics for a couple hours once a month, just so that, you know, we can all, you know, see each other. I almost did what I wanted.
Nice on. Birdie putt. Nice birdie.
And they were putting a lot of work into their stream too, so you could tell that they really liked what they were doing and they felt good about it. It looked really good too. They did their own custom bongo cat with the everything. They were doing it all from scratch. I went back and looked at some of their mobile game development streams too. They would always talk about that, but we never actually saw them do that.
Ready?
But yeah, they were like developing like an Android game or something. Gonna stay up above that tree. I could have been a little bit lower there. Even with the right shift here, though, this is gonna be really close. Stay up there. Okay, all right, I'll take it. If that started to go back down that hill, I was in deep trouble. This, I can straighten out this wacky trajectory with my hybrid. I love it. I love my hybrid. I do. Although that's gonna be way powerful. Oh my god. Holy hybrid. Whoa, steady. Steady, hybrid. Steady. Steady, girl. Steady. Oh, what? Really? 4-mile-an-hour wind did just that. Damn you, hybrid club.
Nice par.
Should use the 7-iron. Nux is doing the same thing. Don't I know it. However, NBH is sneakily coming back here. Oh, look, it's our friend from, I'm not sure, is that, are those
Ready?
Korean characters or Japanese characters? I don't know. This is our, if we might, Winter's not even here. Winter really wanted to see us unfriend this person. That's Japanese? Okay.
Nice shot.
Oh, nope, the wind's not going to play nice. Dish a little bit long in the bunker here, perhaps getting Blowhand. Nice chip up, lays it up right in front. Dude, these slopes get really hard to read. Oh my gosh, why did I overpower? I overpowered that. I'm not used to playing Blustery. The power curve on Blustery is so much different than any other putting system. I do not deserve to be holding down a first place spot here. A speckled scorecard.
Ready?
A robin's egg of a match for myself. Oh, this is the best of a bad lot that I have here for this one. It's not always my favorite way to do a route, but it's my most consistently done here. I need decent wind to get it. Make it over the tree, please. Oh no! Get away from me, penguin! Pengy, go. Alright, I think the peng is gonna leave me alone. Shit. Oh, le shit. Baguette. Soup du jour. Ah. That's unintuitive. Is there a tree? We'll never know. Jeez. It doesn't happen that often. I don't even get to see my line. What does my trajectory look like? We don't get to know. What color is my line? We don't get to know. I have to shoot this fucking blind. I can't believe this. I can't believe this penguin did that to me.
Nice on.
God, I hate Blustery. I know. That shit doesn't happen on any other course. Fucking penguin blocks your view. What an asshole. What a jerk. Remember when you threw my kid off the... Yeah, remember when you beat me, when you beat us in that race in Nintendo 64 over and over and over again?
Nice
Yeah, the Mayor Adam knows. You dropped the penguin off the edge, didn't you? Bad karma. Bad karma. Ah, it sucks. Oh man, and here we are at the end of all things on 18. NBH is like, yeah, can you just keep doing what you're doing, and I'll take it. Knuckle Puck is like, can my teammate get his head out of this?
Nice shot.
Let's find out. Is that enough to get over the bunker? Just barely. Am I getting bushed? Oh my god. I think I'm just out of the bush. Just a little bit. Alright, where's my Zen? I need it. Zen! Where are you? Right shift is not Zen. The right shift is not Zen.
Eagle.
These power envelopes on Blustery are so
Nice.
critical. Where is Knucklepuck? Oh no! Oh, that's bad! Oh, that's so bad! Oh, the correction midair! We didn't know, oh my gosh! Oh, wow, here it is. Big money shot from Knucklepuck for the head-to-head. I think our team has it won. And the crowd goes silent as Knucklepuck squares up for what will be a tie if he sinks the eagle putt. Misses the eagle, will give him second place to Graveyard. And the putt's off. It's on the right-hand side, gets a little piece of it, drifts downhill near the fringe, has to set up for birdie. NBH misses it as well and sets up for par downhill. Ooh, off in the rough, actually. And first place clinched by myself for what is a messy, messy golf course, folks. Blustery Basin is a cruel mistress. A cruel mother. You saw me fumble my way across the course to end up in first place. Yikes. Wow. I know, I messed up so many things. I left a putt short on a par 3. I got a beautiful eagle the hole before. I screwed up a couple of slope reads. Jeez, what a nasty game. What a snowstorm of a match. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Dish Knight with the 14 under there. NBH as well, or NBH with the 13 under, I believe. Yes, 13, 14, 16, and 17. NBH, Dish, Knucklepuck, and myself. Team Knuckleyard takes the pred. GG. GG. That's Graveyard Golf. That was some... you got full max left shift on the drive for 18. I got some left there, too. I didn't get a miss hit, though. The Knuckleyard, big underdog there. Wow, 6,000 to 1.2 thousand stones. Which is short shift for Knucklepuck. That's right, because he's a lefty. Thank you for clarifying that. I forget that. Way to go, believers. No one is tearing it up here. I like that message. That's funny. Let's go back to the desert. What do you say? Ooh, we got new stuff to look at in Meow's server. Yeah, dude! Oh, this is so good. That's a work of art. That's a work of art. You want unicorn twerk? You gotta get, first of all, you gotta get an invite to Meow's private server. There's not a public server. And then you gotta get Nitro. And then you... It is a unicorn shaking its badonkadonk. Knucklepuck's gonna do Bonnie front. He's getting ready for round 2. Okay. Cool. Oh, I love it. It's great. Nicely done. Yeah. I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect, dude. You got another art piece coming tonight? Way to go. Oh yeah, this is the what is up, YouTube? We're making wheat thins with provolone cheese. This is the mic that I bought, Cathedral. And anybody else that was that we were talking to about stream stuff. This is the mic that I'm currently using tonight. It's a $17 Boya clip-on lavalier microphone. I'm not endorsing it because I'm not being sponsored by anybody, but I'm just telling you that this is what I'm using, and it seems to be working really good. It's and now I don't have to change the batteries. It's battery free for me. It's the way to be. This is what I have on right now. Yes. I'll give you. I'm using a compressor. The only effect I have on my audio channel is just a basic compressor to bring the signal up out of the dirt. So I'd give you the numbers on that too if you wanted that. It's not anything that special. Battery free since 2023. Yep, that's me. That's the way to be. Solar power. I don't know. Well, I think it's using power from the system, but this little canister probably just has a big fat capacitor inside of it that charges up, and it doesn't take much to run an electret microphone, which is essentially all a condenser of this size is. It's a little bitty electret, and it's a condenser microphone, but it doesn't need power because it's so small. There's no gold diaphragm in there that needs to be charged. But yeah, this is working really good for stream. So if you're trying to get audio to sound good, this is a really, really easy way to do it for super cheap. And yeah, I'm not using an interface. That's another really good. I said that before, but thank you for clarifying that, Cathedral. I have my interfaces for my DJ stuff. I don't really want to commit them 100% to this system because then I can't unplug it every time I need. So I'm going right into the microphone jack on the on the motherboard. It's on the front of my PC, but yeah, there's the headphone jack and the mic jack. I'm going right into the mic jack with the Boyo, and it works pretty good. It's got a 20-foot wired cable, and I'm wired, so that's why there's no batteries. Good for our small streamer gang to know. So Knucklepuck is training for round 2. I can't get ahead of myself. I don't want to start kicking off to Bonnie. I need to keep the weights on. I need to stay on the difficult stuff. I can't start sipping the sweet lemonade just yet. I have to drink the sour stuff. Welcome back, Mario Punch. But yeah, anybody that wants to join me for a Spiky, that's what I'm running next. I'm gonna run T2, but I will practice on 1 here for a minute because I do run the same routes. It's just harder to do on T1. So I'll run a room here, and this is pretty much for my tournament practice. But yeah, a lot of people say to use an interface. That's what we were talking about on Element Stream last night, is that Scarlett's a good one. I use an M-Audio Fast Track Pro. It's the same thing. There's an ad starting soon, just FYI. But that just takes more drivers, another thing to plug into your USB, and it will probably actually sound better because then you can use an XLR and you can use higher quality everything. But if you can make that 3.5mm jack work, whew, it's easy. Let me tell you, it's easy. $6P6WY. Password is 8. I might go do a quick dab. anyone that wants to join, you are more than welcome. Password is 8. I will be right back. We have an ad starting in just a minute anyway, so I'm going to run that while we take a momentary intermission. And I will be back in 3 minutes. And we're back. Thanks for being patient with me. You are more than welcome to join Spenny fully. I'm gonna drop this thing all the time, so I can sort of attest to its mild durability already because I'm gonna drop this thing every time because you hold the little cable by the one side, but the canister part's like heavy, so it like slips and falls, and then the microphone. Check. Whoa, I just flipped the switch by accident. Whoa, what happened there? What did that sound like? I accidentally flipped the camera to smartphone switch. Looked like something went wrong. I just went muted. Oh, cool. So I have a little mute switch right here on my hip. That's kind of cool. But there's no break. There's a lot wrong with this situation, but didn't sound crazy or anything. Just went silent. I didn't know if it would like make some weird noise. We're finding our way with this. Oh, I just did a huge dab of the wild tange. I felt like it was appropriate. Yeah, when I want to start razzle frazzle, I'll just turn it off. For when my goofy drunk neighbor decides to try and come in while I'm streaming. Deep cut, deep stream lore. If you know about that, you've been here a while. But I actually don't. There's not that much difference in my routing between T1 and T2. T2 is just easier to do it. Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was like, jeez, it's like a year ago. Wow. Wow. Oh my gosh, that's right. It was during Retro Saturday with Miyong. And that was when I first started uploading my streams to YouTube. All of my streams before that are now lost to time. There's no record of them. Mario Punch, would you like to join for one? Anybody's welcome to fill up the fourth spot. Oh, and Miyong was, oh my gosh, that's right. Because I muted, I'll tell this, it's been a while since we've told the story on stream. Yo, have a good night, NBH. I hope you have a lovely evening. Sleep well, my dude. Get some good rest. Great golfing with you. Great comeback there on Blustery. We started fumbling, and NBH was there to pick up the pieces. Nice work, my man. But yeah, the brief version of the story is that my drunk neighbor started to walk into my front door. This guy was blackout drunk and he was wandering the streets at night, and I had my door open because I was it was warm out, and Ophelia was sitting on the porch and I was streaming, and I had this I know it's everything wrong with that situation. But I fly by the seat of my pants, and this guy just walked the fuck in, and I was like, what the fuck? Oh my god. There might even be the record of that in the YouTube video. And I muted myself on stream, but I happened to be in voice chat with Lady Miyong. And if I mute myself, if I use my hotkey on my number pad to mute myself on stream, it doesn't mute it in Discord. So Lady Miyong got to hear me fucking basically strong arm this guy out of my house and be like, get the fuck out of here, what are you doing? No, I don't want to hang out. No, I'm doing something right now, man. What do you mean you don't want to hang out? I think Lady Miyong might even have heard the dude, I don't know if you could hear the dude in the background. And then it was funny, Miyong was like, wow, didn't realize, Graveyard could get serious. When it was like, oh yeah, there's many sides to this multi-sided coin. I forget exactly what he said, but yeah, he was so upset. He made a face. He was just like, ugh, you don't want to hang out? What do you mean? Oh, you I was like, there's no way for me to explain to you what actually is happening. He'll a blind drunk would never understand the concept of I'm live on the internet right now. Speed got to hear you yell at your dad one day. That's awesome. You forgot to mute the mic. I love when shit like that happens. I think that's so funny. I mean, it's always a little embarrassing. Like, I'll be honest. I'm glad it didn't happen live on stream. When I realized that Lady Myong had heard it, I was like, ooh, ah. But then it was professional. I was professional. Yo, Element of Smash, welcome in. I've been talking about your episode on your stream all night tonight. Great hangs, lovely stream yesterday evening. We're talking about funny mishaps. If you'd like to pop in for a Spiky, we've got one spot open in this room. I'm sort of just running casual but hot and sweaty practice. I'm just trying to over practice the course for my up and coming thing. Sure thing, no prob. I got it, by the way. The Boya, I got the Boya mic. That's what I'm using right now. This is the $17 Boya universal lavalier microphone. So this is I did the unboxing at the very beginning of the stream. So you can watch it if you want. But this is right what we were talking about on Element stream last night. I'm glad this is like full circle. Oh my gosh, when should as soon as I beat TOG. As soon as I beat TOG, I'm Stardewing. If I beat TOG, I'll just stop playing golf that night. I'll just go right to Stardew. I only have a compressor on it. I didn't change anything. It's the compressor that I was using with my Sony UTX. Sure thing, Wiggs. You've got so many things going on that you're very good at. I definitely I mean, keep doing what you're doing, man. You're making beautiful stuff. A little crispy, but not bad. Yeah, I haven't actually listened to it long form. I don't even have an EQ on it. I can do that, and that could probably fix a lot. But is it crispier than my other one? Like, I kind of thought the high range could be a little brighter when I go back and review sometimes. Sometimes it feels a little not muddy, but like a Cooligan. Yeah, like if a Cooligan were to grunt at you on the way off the ice, yeah, it's sort of like, and I sometimes you can brighten it up a little bit. But I don't want it to be crunchy crispy. Other mic is definitely warmer. Interesting. Sometimes that compresses better on a phone, so I'll have to do that. If I had a breakaway, which I kind of want to do in this one, I want to just cut the cable and put a little breakaway on it. I could just change the mic. I could change the electret. I noticed that I'm a little bit higher level than the other one, and I don't know if I should be higher level. Is it close? Is it if I can, I don't want to shout, but I could probably remove like a decibel or two of compensation that the other one wants because it's lower and warmer. This one's probably just like much more active. Now I want to see here. Okay, I just reduced my output gain by like a decibel. But yeah, I could definitely use an EQ too. What do I have here? Do I have I have to go find a VST. But yeah, that's a decibel less of just a little bit of extra output gain that I think the other mic probably needed, and then this one may or may not. Okay, yeah, my level's a little bit tamer here just to begin with, so I'll play this match and then I'll just do. This is like a little experiment for me too. I could what basic ass VST plugin do you recommend for OBS Element, just to run as a as like an inline plugin? Cool. I'll go back and listen to it because I think the other one may have needed maybe not even a full decibel. Yeah, I a 5-band EQ. There's got to be a free 5-band EQ, right? Right? There's got to be a free 5-band EQ. I'd take a 3-band EQ. I'm well versed in working with a basic ass DJ EQ. I'd be fine with that. All I really want to, I don't even think my, I don't even really think it needs that much work. The lobs are always best for just close voice. They're built to capture this more correctly. You can always recommend stuff. I can't promise that I'll find it and rip it and play it, but. And it's also it's always a fine line with Twitch, because there's Pokemon. We're playing Pokemon, right? Yeah, some of the old stuff is some of my favorite too. TDR Nova for live use. Right on. I saw a bunch of people recommending the Reaper, or I think it was the Reaper plugins. They seemed free. It's a dynamic EQ. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, you would want Q. Ooh, Tange takes 4th T. No worries. And yeah, Tange is. I'm taking my sweet ass time here, so. Yeah, the Reaper plugin. Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want for OBS. I don't think it's that easy. Benny's playing lefty. Yeah, this is definitely, the level appears a little quieter. I feel like it should be a little hotter, but maybe I'm wrong. I'll have to go back and listen to it. Because I don't always talk that loud, but I'm usually pretty loud. Blazing with the homies. Oh yeah, I always doesn't it? I'm just assuming that you can use it just like Premiere or anything like old Premiere, where you can just drop VSTs in the folders and shit. I think that works. I'm almost positive that works. There's a lot of cool stuff you could do. Yeah, I think that's how people have vocoder, because once you have it as a plugin, then you have access to it in fucking, what is it called? WebSockets. OBS. You can use I use OBS WebSockets for some of my triggers, because then I could have a channel point redeem where you turn the vocoder on for like 10 seconds, and I could be like, sheesh. And there's a few layers to that, but we've got all the dominoes in place. That's how that works. I have to find those VSTs. Pred is up. You've got 5 minutes on this one. Team 420 rises. It's a casual match. Yeah, there's so much you can do, Element. There's so much you can do. And it doesn't even, when you understand just a little bit, you don't even have to put that much work in. But yeah, that's how people have that, you spend 420, channel points, and you go into the Super Saiyan scene where it's because people use Snapchat filters and stuff for stuff. I don't do any of that, but you can link all that up with WebSockets, and it's pretty doable. You can handle it. You can absolutely handle it, Element. I kind of like, look at this. I kind of like what Element's thinking here. Right behind this cactus. Do you have the line? Do you have a line at the hole, Element? I'm curious about this route that they're working out. I don't have the power to do it consistently, but Daisy would be fine to do that. It's not intuitive. You're just further off for no reason, but you might have a better line. The tree is dead in between you and the flag. I thought that might be the case. Not quite uphill enough for myself there.
Nice on. Birdie putt.
Element's gonna have to do some shaping here. Spenny also doesn't have a free putt. A little bit further off on this one. Element drops it on the green right where they want it. Pulls it back a little bit aggressive. Could have let it ride. But not too bad.
Nice birdie.
That's how, like, if you can standard, did you that? That would be regular backspin. You could even standard spin that, I bet, and it would drive up a little bit closer. Depending on how blue the line was. Spenny's betting on the other guys. I mean, they have Tangelo. They have Tangelo. And I'm on first tee, so this is just extra practice for difficult places.
Nice shot.
Extra practice for the cactus. There we go. Nice.
Nice on. Birdie putt.
You can, if you underpower it and let it go with the standard spin, or even the regular backspin, it'll like push to a stop. It won't fall on a stop. But you have to, you can't stop it on a downhill. Like don't do that if it's running downhill. But the way that green is set up, since it's so uphill when you land, if you land, you can have more forward motion, and that's why I use the hybrid for it.
Ready?
Because I'm too nervous to put the standard spin on it too. You know, I'm telling you to do things that I don't actually do. I use the hybrid to split the difference there for that. To introduce a lot of forward motion into the shot, but tame it with regular backspin. That's my solution. This is headwind here, so my shot's gonna be a little bit saucier. Oh, okay, is it enough? No, it is not. Pokey, I suck. Oh man, that headwind and low power. A little more power needed there. Good to know. Great practice. Great practice, actually. Really good to know. If I see that straight headwind, I'm gonna cream it. I'm gonna cream of the crop it. That's what I'm gonna do. Here, I'm just sort of looking for a way out. Can I shoot through here to save some distance? I'll get too close to that other tree though. Yep. Gotta go wide. We gotta go wide and then chip over the freaking sand, I think. Not ideal. Not ideal. Here we go. Let's go flying. Kind of the best we can hope for. Didn't have enough power in the headwind to make it to the green. I've been playing good, like half decent golf, so this is my choke match. Really? It's that close with the pitching wedge? No kidding. I thought I'd be a little short. I had headwind on it.
Nice approach. Birdie putt.
I think that was closer than I actually thought it was on the grid.
Nice.
I thought that halfway through actually executing the pulses. I was like, is that actually closer than I thought it was? Good eagle by Tangelo there. Oh man, that's a must eagle. That is a must eagle hole. I didn't need to send that with the wind. I don't know what I'm thinking here. I didn't need to do that. I needed to just go straight there. That's a mistake. Well, if we get mega right shifted and we end up behind the rock, this is what we have to do. Can we get over the tree? You can, yeah. Nine iron it. I have the wind and it's low. It's over. I didn't need quite so much hook on it, but I knew I'd be a little short. Oh, did we get through that? Yes, I think we did. We barely get to see it. Jeez, I've been getting some hilariously bad camera angles this evening. Like, really, really bad. See, I underbid the win that last time, and then I overbid the win this time. Ugh! The win's still one of my biggest nemesis.
Nice call.
Nemesises. Nemesis. Friday at 10 p.m. I don't think I'm doing anything. I'll commentate, sure. Yeah, I'll just jump into your. Are you gonna stream on Twitch or Discord? Yeah, I'll call your match. Hell yeah.
Ready?
It would be an honor. It would be an honor. Oh, cool. Yeah. If it's on Twitch, it's much easier for me. Yeah, I'll just hang out in voice chat. I'll use my fancy new mic, and it'll be awesome. It's the Manmaru and Norris match. Oh boy, I get to call that one? Oh baby. Oh yeah, oh that's so cool. Oh, can we play Stardew after then? Oh, that's a good one. Oh my gosh, that was one of my favorite reveals. Element, very close to a nice eagle here. This Norris was like, give me Manmaru, I can take him, and then it was Norris and Manmaru. I was just like, oh shit. It's so funny, dude.
Nice shot.
And you're waiting the Splash and Golf of War match as well. I would love to hang out for that one.
Nice
I was really close to it.
Birdie putt.
And then you and Shadow are both streaming that one. Very cool. Yeah, I'll hang out. That's
Nice.
great. Yeah, because I'll stream Thursday, and then I'll commentate on your stream Friday, and then I'll start like later if I stream on Friday. That's nice too, because then you can do the earlier time slot.
Ready?
Earlier, 10 p.m. What time is it now? That's only 2 a.m. It's early for us. It's I always wanted to commentate StarCraft 2 matches, and I felt like I was never good enough at the game to actually sound good, you know what I mean? I did start my stream with a lot of that in mind, where I was like, I think I would like to commentate golf matches. And that's a lot of what I initially thought I would. I just thought I'd just do that. Like, I'd get on stream and I'd do that with my own matches, with other people's matches, and then I'd get off stream. Like, that was my initial plan for Twitch. And then I was like, just hang out way more all the time. But a lot of that still remains just as how I do things. There's always need for waiters and casters and commentators. Like, there's more matches now than there's ever been. And it would be cool if there were just like random higher-ish level ELO matches being commentated on. People would watch that. Wow. Wow. practice makes perfect. A lot of that is muscle. A lot of that is like if you actually watch how I do it. Like I use a pulse. I use like I'm doing pulse width modulation, like with the way I move the stick and how I count the margins. I don't even know if I use all the right golf terms, to be 100% honest. When I'm commentating.
Nice shot.
Get the easy pin here, and I overcorrect with my hybrid.
Nice on. Birdie putt.
But I'm right on the money in the zone at the top of the crest here. This is great. Pretty much a flat putt.
Nice birdie.
But I think a lot of the organizing committee and stuff calls for
Ready?
multiple commentators. I think a lot of the admins are like, yeah, we can have more than one commentator, and it's really good. I think a lot of people really like that. I sometimes have trouble keeping up a conversation like between two parties. Like I accidentally talk when I'm not supposed to, or forget how to talk to people or something like that. So I do well on my own, but I also think it's really good to be able to color commentate with somebody else. Get me through. Yeah, all right, we did. We bounced. We hit the rough a lot there too, and we bounced through it. And I have perfect wind and a perfectly flat lie. How did I get that? This is Dunksburg, dude. Right there. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, it doesn't get to look any better than that. You gotta take the shot when you see it. Looking like that. Wow. I gotta do that. I don't even really like that pin that much. Actually, Tangelo loves that pin. That's Zing Pow's bush pin. That's Zing Pow's triple bush shot pin. I know it. I remember that. I remember that. That was funny. That's Tangelo eagles that pin a lot, I feel like.
Nice shot.
Alright, that wind read was really nice off the driver. It's a headwind here, so, yeah. It's all about clicking it properly, and it's a tight margin with that club. The shot was good, it was just, it's so overpowered. Nice. Eagle from, yeah, this is the eagle. This is the one, this is, almost free eagle. Damn, that dropped beautifully. This is the one that you get this really consistent albatross happening on that one when you play through Spiky a lot.
Ready?
You should be proud of that one. That's a good eagle. That's a must-get eagle. And this next one is your chance at the eagle albatross. This is the exact same hole with the exact same pin element. Play it you get another shot at this. Play it the same way and just bring it in a little bit less powered. I'm dialing in my short game. I have to stay really, really hot on that. Yeah, I feel like the Switch just lacks the output capability while also processing all of this stuff on deck. This is my new playlist that I'm finally unveiling tonight, St. Cathedral. I'm really glad that everybody likes it. I like how with ease of use comes a sacrifice in control, and I like the separation of powers because it allows me to to have more control over the situation, even though it does make things more difficult. When you stream just from your PlayStation, nice shot, Element. Great chip from a dirt lie. Look at that crap lie they had. Great chip. When you stream just from your PlayStation, you have no control over like anything. Give me some green. There we go. Getting a piece of the rough there is bad news because it slows you down so much. The uphill is really significant on this one, and it can get you into a terrible vertical trajectory, which Element made it look easy there. That was a very tough shot. Tangela's playing a great game. I'm getting good practice in here because I'm getting into some sticky situations. Yeah, we're doing all kinds of. We got the new playlist. We got the new mic. We're honing a few different things. Oh yeah, I wanted to. I'm watching my levels here, and I'm gonna bump this up by like. I want to see if. Exactly like 0.4 decibels is the midpoint between where we were at and where we are now. And then we'll have like a nice healthy just below the threshold of red. Seven iron as well, sure thing. I'm cool with it. It's pretty far off. That's what I am talking about. Alright. I like everything about that. 7 iron. 7 iron for Frosty! For Frosty Moon! The 7 iron! Thank you, Tangelo. Thank you, Element. Nice. Yeah, a hole in one. Any ace on Spiky is hard earned and worth its weight. Any ace on Spiky is a great advantage. Nintendo with their sound design and music has always been really like almost like militaristic with their implementation. I love reading about the music and the sound design on the N64 and what those guys had to do in some really rudimentary situations, and they made like amazing artwork in those situations. But like, yeah, the fact that you couldn't even have recorded audio, you had to like pick all of your sounds and stuff and then upload your MIDI tracks as like text files to the N64. Some of the best games were given less than a megabyte to produce the music and the sounds for the game. It sounds funny. It was funny even then, but it sounds ludicrous today. But yeah, they get the most out of their contractors and their artists. It's common knowledge that Nintendo asks for a lot. But that's how they get some of the best work out of their artists. 6.9 yards up here. That's pretty nice. Let's just give it a throw at the end. Give me that kick on the left. It's not gonna roll. Nope. We're lined right up too. We're lined right up.
Nice.
Tangelo's a little bit closer than I. Tangelo skids to a halt there. Freaking a yard away from the albatross. But yeah, I don't know that I'd want to do. I mean, it's really cool that you get to do work for Nintendo because you get it like speaks to people. You get to this mic is like tangling in my hair. You get to reach a really really large crowd, but it's not like working for an indie. I hear the same thing about Disney. Disney, like, you have to jump through a lot of hoops, and you have to like be happy. I think that's like in your contract. You have to like smile a lot if you work at Disney.
Nice shot.
your uncle push buttons at Nintendo, and says Super Mario 65 comes out next year. I believe it. It checks out. I think I ate crayons with your uncle once. At the at the Nintendo throw. We were playing. It was like cornhole, but I thought it was the Nintendo, but I think it was the Nintendo throw, and your uncle was there, and we ate that box of scented crayons. Good times.
Nice on.
I'm your freaking dad. Yeah, that's what it's. I'm taking cues for, like, he had a great stream. His way of being and talking to people and the game was really good. I was like, I can learn a thing or two. I mean, he's my elder. He's my freaking dad. I absolutely have shit to learn from this guy. He was getting dark souled, like hard. Oh, I should have overpowered that the way that I knew, and then I was like, oh, it's downhill. You can just oh no, I just make all the decisions before you start the meter. That's my advice to myself. Make all of your decisions like that before you start the meter. You're not speedrunning. Element's got a real knack. Doing well.
Ready?
And I'm Your Freaking Uncle appeared on I'm Your Freaking Dad's stream. You were there, right? You saw that, right, Cathedral? It was like another arm. It was like waving, and he was like, I'm Your Freaking Uncle. I didn't look up that that Twitch channel to see if that was actually like a name.
Nice shot.
I threw it a little bit further than I normally do here at the end. I don't know why I did that. Uncle Crayon. Uncle Crayola. You gotta get it over there. Gotta get it over the bush. Nope. Darn close, but nope.
Nice approach. 30.
This is whenever you're near Hyrule Castle or when you're in it. Like outside of it.
Nice birdie.
Oh my gosh, the music. Nintendo knows how much music affects a game and how much music puts you there and makes things feel real. But that's why they try so hard to get it right. They really ask a lot. Because if you can get it right, it really takes you places.
Ready?
I think video game music speaks to me now more than like many other types of music that used to speak to me a lot more. Because it's Iluna said it. I keep ripping off her quote where it's like these are the composers. These are the composers of our generation. Yeah, it's almost even like scientific to a point of like if you're using the Phrygian scale, you know, it's going to, or if you're using a Mixolydian mode, it's going to make a human feel a certain way. I'm not sure. I have to actually look up exactly what's what, but yeah, like Yeah, like F sharp. F sharp feels like so much different than the key of E or G. You know, like it's going to make a different song, and musicianship knows that. And when you combine that with interactivity in a game, it becomes like this is our Rembrandt stuff, guys. That
Not yet.
I couldn't have said that at a better time. That was some Rembrandt shit right there, dude. That was nice. That was nice. It was 6.9 yards up, I believe, too, which is also nice. Yeah, human psychology, we are like just bags of blood and electricity. You play the right frequencies for us, and we swoon. It's always funny. The chromatic scale. Yeah, there are only 12 notes. It's all of this happening. There's only 12 notes. Ooh, Element's gonna get the timer. Shit. Yeah, tuning was always like. Well, as in string music, they say you spend half the time tuning and half the time playing out of tune because it's never quite there. That's always a subjective thing that I've played with like banjo players and mandolin players that just fight over the tuning. You know, like they won't use tuners. They're doing it all by ear. It's like they'll fight over the G. It's always funny. Yeah, you're making noodles. I approve. I was reading about the UNIVAC 1. Speaking of old computers, I was reading about the UNIVAC 1 system and mercury column memory storage. If you're familiar with that, that's fun stuff. They'd have a 3-foot column, three foot by you know what, like 8-9 inch diameter. That was damn near a dunk. And they'd fill it with mercury. They'd fill it with liquid mercury, and they'd emit sound pulses at the bottom, and it would make gaps. It would make bubbles and gaps in the mercury, and that would travel through. And they would store a byte of information in a 3-foot mercury tube, and then like it would be converted into electricity once it reached the condenser at the other end. It's like mercury memory. I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole last night, 2 nights ago. Big power, but necessary. You would tune A with a fork, and then you'd tune everything in relation to that. Yeah. Yeah, bluegrass musicians like to do that with G. They call G the people's key, because everybody can, as long as you get your G's right, like you can be, your G, C's, and D's will be on tune with pretty much everybody, even if you didn't get it quite right. But and yeah, what is it for 400 and they say we used to tune more to like is it 432 hertz or whatever that all of like Bach and Mozart and stuff is composed to, and we standardized at 440 hertz just because I think it was easier, and that's where we were ending up normally anyway. It's harder to sync up with other musicians doing other stuff, but it definitely sounds different. I should have thrown this at the end a little bit, but I think this wind might temper the shot. Yeah, no, that's actually dead on. That's exactly what I wanted. A Beethoven is at 420 hertz. Nice. Yeah. Beethoven's like, I'm gonna roll this one over. I'm gonna roll this fat Beethoven bone at 420 hertz. This is really, there's like, oh, right through the front, dude! Look at that! That is so nice. Ooh, that's a sexy shot.
Nice
That's Mercury memory right there, baby. Ooh, yeah. That's exactly how I do it. Oh, element, nice
Nice birdie.
chip. That's exactly how my route is supposed to work. Oh my gosh, I have to just do that. I have to just do that on 17. I have to just do that on 17. That's exactly how that graveyard route is supposed to work here. 432 is yeah, that's the really ancient one, right? Yeah, all those old bells ring at that frequency.
Ready?
But I've heard, yeah, it's hard to get it like perfect. I think they would probably aim for 432, and anywhere between 420 and like around there, they know it's going to produce like a nice loud, chunky resonance. I think that's the idea in like instrument making when it comes. But luthier is or I don't even know what that's even called. A luthier is a guy that works on complex stringed instruments, but instrument making, like making bells and stuff, that's I think the church did a lot of that. And then there's of course some coincidental occurrences. Yeah, that's Tesla loved that when he realized that's how he figured out how to do radio. He's like, oh yeah, you can just, these harmonic frequencies seem really good at you can talk right into that harmonic and it translates like freaking 100 miles. It's like it's very precise. But it is kind of coincidental. Just the fact that the harmonics are where they are. If you like, if you look at the graph and you tune them in, like, then you're getting into some like sacred geometry stuff. There's all kinds of things going on there. I love talking about the moon and sacred geometry. Yeah, pull up a freaking gravestone. The graveyard is popping. This is awesome. I know, right? With how everything is set up, is a coincidence really possible? Where it's all happening all at once. Like even the fact that I'm here talking to you, spreading like ideas, is like affecting so many different things. It's overwhelming almost at a certain level when you really start thinking about it. This is uphill, so I'm just gonna give it a little pop. Yeah, here we go. Tange is killing it with the 23 under. I did okay here. Did I improve on my practice? Did I hit the 20 or the 19? I got the 21. Oh shit. I felt like I made a mistake or two here and there. Oh yeah. All right. Cool. I just need to do that. I feel good about that. Tange is carrying. Team 420 will take the day. Tange carries for sure. He wins big time. I come in a nice, not a close second, but a nice second at 2100. It was pretty cool actually. Oh yeah, even just understanding how a radio telescope works is not something that I've ever even really, like, I understand it now more than ever just as an adult, but it's not something that I have an innate sense of. In video, you can read a video signal as a waveform, and I've had to do it. I've done it a few times. I sort of understand what I'm looking at. But I had a professor that used to be like, oh yeah, that we were looking at an image of like a band and a girl singing on stage. And he was like, oh yeah, I can see like that's her, that's the dress, and that's like her hair, and that's the band back there. Like he could read the waveform, and it was like, it's very, I should actually get a picture of it one time to show you what I mean. Because it doesn't look like anything, but that's actually how a video signal is translated, like through radio, through harmonics and radio waves and stuff. Yo, have a great night, Spenny. Let me pay out this pred so you can see your big win here. And Tange messed up the 14 and 15 Eagles, but was totally on 25 under pace. Yeah, no, you're right. You were, man. That was actually a great Spiky. I'm enjoying feeling like my practice is actually going somewhere. That's always a kind of a good feeling. What am I doing here? I think I've got one match left in me for tonight. I don't know if I want to play another Spiky, or if I want to finish up on a par 3, maybe. Thank you, Wizman. I appreciate that, dude. It's a labor of love. I try to make things that I would like to watch. You want to wrap up with a shell top? We haven't done that in a minute. I would love that. Yo, Element gifting Wizman a sub. That is so kind of you. Truly deserved. Wizman is on a tear. He's on a creative. I can see it when a creative is like burgeoning and sort of like bubbling over with creativity, and they're on a tear. They're producing. So if you've got good ideas, shoot them their way, and they'll probably make stuff. Angie love for sure. I can't thank you enough. And yeah, enjoy my emotes and all the ad-free viewing as well. This will be the last match of the night. Let's play Shell Top Pro with my good friend Tangelo and anyone else that wants to join. I feel like I've been spread kind of thin lately. I haven't been streaming quite as much as I plan on / want to, but if I can keep it at least a consistent sort of baseline, I feel pretty good about it. Because I mean, I understand why, like, if I was like still in school, if I had to keep up a quarterly class regimen, I probably wouldn't be able to stream. So yeah, geez, if I ever went back for my master's, I don't really have a reason to yet, but is it the old friends match, Tangelo versus Graveyard on Shelltop Pro, with a couple of Robo buddies? That might be kind of fun. I'm down for it. Happy full moon to everyone. Speaking of full moon, should I play? No, I'm gonna stay dialed in on my close stuff with Peach. I sometimes. Oh wait. I sometimes like to play Boo on Shelltop and par 3s. Oh, you wanna jump in? Yeah, get in here, Element, for sure. Full shizzle. Have we seen any more golf played tonight? Oh, no worries. It's late. It's the full moon. I'm sort of frazzed as it is, so I'm always good to go back. Yeah, I think everybody's just hanging out. Like, the whole server is just sort of hanging out, playing ELO, talking about golf. Knucklepuck's the smart one. He got his match out of the way early. I'm playing on Thursday, 9 p.m. And then Wednesday, I'm still not streaming Wednesdays. I did think that my schedule was going to change, but it's kind of looking like it's not. So I said send Wiz something, so you did. Wiz, I feel like you already commissioned a bunch of stuff, but if you need parts of other things, I think Wizman is like graciously offering their creative services. Fun shell. GLHF. Ooh, okay. Is Wizman a guitar player, or a fiddle player, or a musician? As a bass player, I reduce a lot of that to what I need to do at any given moment, because I don't have the full chord like the guitar player does. But bass chords are a thing. I don't really do them because they're kind of hard to do. GLHF. Whoa, it's so windy.
Nice shot.
Ooh, too far downhill.
Nice on.
Oh no. First blood on hole 1. Wow, okay. Do you have ducks yet, Lady Mion? Once I get through year 1, then we can start a co-op, or I can only co-op with people that play on Switch right now, so we can't co-op. But you don't want to co-op with me. I suck. Yeah, get another coop. If you Oh, I think they're drawing. I think but if they're doing music stuff, that's a good call element. But I think they're looking for like stuff to produce creatively. And they're also talking about programming shit too, but I was thinking about like more like emotes or whatever. Ooh. I think, but they were talking about a multitude of things. A multitude of things. Oh, that hurt. That physically caused me pain. Element. That physically caused me pain. That's so shit. That should have dropped like on 2 different ways. That is upsetting. That is terribly upsetting. He hit it, it plunked up on the pin and then came back down and then rolled off the lid. Like, it's like, you're like, oh, go in, no, go in, no, go the fuck in. Like, what the? That's, yeah, that would be, I'd be yelling at that too. I don't know what ducks entail, but I want ducks. I want mallards wandering around on all my forest ponds. I want ducks. So that's my that's my suggestion, is that you introduce ducks into your farm. Miss the tree? Go downhill. No. That's the best I could hope for, but
Nice on.
not quite. The full moon. So much energy, so much balanced yet chaotic energy. The warm Libratic moon. I wonder what this month's moon, what's the full moon in early March called?
Ready?
I bet it's like the horseradish moon or something. Yeah, just throw science at the wall and see what sticks, Element. The Parsnip Moon. Yeah, that's what I want it to be. Can it please be the Parsnip Moon? Parsnip Moon. That sounds like a folk song that I would write. I gotta write Parsnip Moon.
Nice bird.
I should. That sounds. That's an inspiring idea for a song. Like the driver on hole 2. Nice. Driver on hole 2. Yowza. I was a little bit saucy with my hybrid. Driver is like, well, sir. It's a bigger mic. The mic is like a bigger. It's like, but I don't think you can even tell because I have hair and stuff. Parsnips. Is he gonna putt it? Yeah, I think he's gonna putt it. Oh gosh! Sorry, I didn't mean to shout. They were down pretty far, but they put a lot of power on it. And hole 4 with 19 seconds on the clock. Element sets up for a longer putt across the grade. Ooh, grabs the top lip of it. The fairway on Shelltop is mysteriously more than handleable. Flav Loco, welcome in. What is happening? There's a lot of gas in the tank on that one. But he was down on a slope and
Ready?
it was rough. That was rough. I believe it. Or fairway or I might not be I might not be connecting that. That was rough putting. Okay, cool. You were down on the yeah, I mean I would probably maybe do the same thing. Because you were down on that slope, you had to get back up the uphill and you were in the rough. The hole was it wasn't, I mean it wasn't that far off. But yeah, a lot of snot, so they say. I am right here with you, Tange. We did the exact same shot. Yowza. Elements bonking into place. Look at that. Thank you for the luck, Mario Punch. I appreciate it. This is my last, I think this is my last match of the night. I am hungry. I don't know what I'm going to make, but I'm going to make food. It's going to be good. I'm glad you're having fun. I'm also having a ball. We got to toil away on Blustery tonight, too. I didn't really plan on that, but I'm glad we did that. That felt good. We get to hang out and golf with Dish, too. I like hanging out with Dish net. And we got good Spiky practice in. What did I shoot tonight? I shot a 19 and a 21 in practice on Spiky. Pretty good for me, actually. This is the bad pin. It's pretty good for me, actually, to be able to do that. Don't hit it, don't hit it, don't hit it, don't hit it. Oh, wow! Oh, I should have just let it go.
Nice on. Birdie putt.
Garlic fries? Ooh, yeah, okay. Listen, I'm listening. I bought some red potatoes today. I could slice them into wedges and cover them in garlic powder and black pepper and salt and olive oil. And I could make garlic potato wedges and they would be really good. That was some spicy shaping, wasn't it? Yeah, did you catch that? If I get that pin on first tee, you have to really reach for the full chaotic Angie moon. That was me reaching for the Angie moon.
Ready? Because
with that tee on first position with that pin, the tree is meant to be there to be like, what am I doing? Everything about you is in the wrong spot. That tree is meant to give first player a really hard time. Yeah, I'm not giving them back. I'm using them on my garlic fries. I'm keeping those 11 herbs and spices.
Nice on.
I thought there was more. Is it only 11?
Nice.
But I aim to, that's the kind of stuff that I like to hang out and watch, Whizman. That's the kind of content that I aim to create. I'm unable to, I can't force anything. If it doesn't come naturally, I won't do it at all, so. It's just what it do. Sometimes it do, and I like how it do be like that. I don't know if I needed that. I'm going for a ride back downhill though. Oh, not that bad. Okay.
Nice.
Not that bad. I thought I was really gonna kick.
Birdie putt.
Element, yeah, lined up. Daisy main. Finding their stride on Daisy. It's
Nice
looking like.
birdie.
Oh yeah, I don't. There's plenty of places for all that. It's just this isn't one of them.
Ready?
The KFC console. Didn't they make a video game too? Or I think that was Chex. Didn't Chex? There's that John Oliver article on how there was that week in the 90s where Chex cereal totally fucked. Like Chex made that Doom remake where instead of like demons, they were like you were shooting Chex Mix cereal and like blood would come out and shit. It was a great game. I'm pretty sure I'm remembering that properly. The Chex game, yeah, Cathedral's got my back. They know about it. The fucking Chex game. Chex cereal was like, all we gotta do is fucking rip off Doom. Everybody's doing it. We'll just do it. Like, we'll put the CD right in the fucking cereal box. It's a brilliant idea, actually. I play a perfect front nine. Oops, all birdies. That's my Chex. That's my version of Chex. Yeah, Pepsi Man. Cool Spot. I was a huge Cool Spot fan. I think that's probably why I was like, you know what? I think I'll have a 7-Up. That's how they get you. Oh, that's how they get you. You get a Red Robin, you're ordering a 7-Up because you freaking love Cool Spot. That was a good game though, dude. Cool Spot was a freaking really good SNES game. Yeah, I mean, Chex ripped off Doom. Why can't they rip off Captain Crunch's slogan? It's like, Chex, you were fucking a little bit too hard here. You gotta roll. You gotta slow your roll. You're gonna get you're gonna do some cease and desist letters. Chex is like, bring him to me. It's like Chex has hired Steve Ballmer as their new CEO. He's like sweaty and loud, and he's like really gets in everybody's face. Captain Crunch game was good too, dude. They were all good. They had to hire. There were only so many people making video games back then, so they had to hire some geek kid that made video games to do that shit. And the kid's like, "Yeah, I'll do it. You give me a bunch of money, and I'll make a game that kind of fucks." Like that's totally what they did. I mean, we don't really make video games like that anymore. That's not that's not how we really handle like. Like they didn't, like Chex didn't push their artists to develop like a really revolutionary soundtrack for that game. Let's just put it that. That's a good way to explain that.
Nice song.
But yeah, and then there was a time and a place in that, and then it ended because yeah, that quickly became bloatware. I don't want wear very quickly.
Nice birdie. Ready?
Yeah, not viruses, worms. Like, what's this one eating? Like, it's here to like munch on your data and then like maybe send it somewhere. It's the weirdest thing. I got it with that that really fishy copy of WinZip that I downloaded.
Nice.
Did I go too far on this? I did. I can't believe I hit the sand. There goes my perfect game as I get out of this. Damn, I hit the lip. I thought if I could get over that, I'd standard spin right into it.
Nice.
The lip on the other side of that looked kind of shitty too. Like it was gonna change. That's a bad spot to be in. That is a bad bunker to be in. 7-zip. Yeah. I think that's yeah. I have 7-zip on my one laptop. Computer worms. Go eat worms. Computer worms. Oh no, Shy Guy. Shy Guy's got worms. Nothing we can do about that. Just gotta take him out back and. Oh my God! You don't mean that? No, of course I don't mean that. We're gonna take him out back and we're gonna give him an antibiotic. I mean, he's got fucking worms for Christ's sake. What is going on, Goblin Bat? Welcome in. What was that one Trojan that everybody had? It had a 7 in it. That you would always use in the 90s.
Nice.
How am I ahead of Tange? I parred. I hope you're having a good night, Goblin Bot. It's been a cool night. We've talked about some very cool stuff. We are doing some amazing practice. I played good spiky work tonight. And I'm going to need it because I'm going to have to do that again alone. I can't stream tomorrow. So I'll have to be practicing all by my lonesome without any of you, which really bummed me out. Maybe I'll hang out on somebody else's stream late at night and practice.
Nice.
But it's like the ordeal. Oh yeah, Tange, what a hit. Nicely done. It's like my ordeal, like my Tamora Pierce ordeal. Like I have to go off to Spiky and practice like alone all day, and then I have to come back on Thursday and play like the championship round of 32 match.
Ready?
Which is at Thursday, or which is at 9 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. And that's this coming Thursday. Here he goes again. Ooh. Dude, that's so close. I'm not going to shape him.
Shot.
I needed to travel a little bit more. Nope, just not the power.
Birdie putt.
He's here. Tange has arrived, and we are tied.
Nice birdie.
Fuck yeah, Tange indeed. That wild Tangelo is like everything I like lately. But didn't WinZip was like paywalled, but it like kept working. Like it would like paywall you, but you could still like unzip files from the right click menu. Like I always thought that was a cute way to do. Fuck software as a service. Can we just go back to doing that? Like, do you make enough money? I was talking to Spenny about that. It's like, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do when I have to like pay for the master collection again. Oh, that's so much power. Why did I do that?
Nice shot.
Yeah, it's paywalled and it still works. Who wrote this software?
Nice.
Somebody who was like, this is for everyone. You can't. Yeah, even the software engineers were like, we're excluding this from people's lives. This is like necessary. It's like if you gave people touch-tone phones, but you wouldn't give them the buttons. Like you had to make them pay for the buttons separately. Oh, I know. I hate it. I don't really want to participate in it. But I do understand that that's like the way of the world. It stifles rapid development and innovation. Software as a service allows you to just keep the same thing in front of people and have them keep paying a lot for it. Whereas up until this point, the same thing would happen, but they would just, the new version would just have something in it that is necessary so that you have to keep upgrading. But if the company never has to produce anything that is like would make you want to upgrade, software as a service just makes it so you have to just keep paying for it. Like you don't even get the upgrade, you just have to keep paying for it. It's lame and it's lazy. It keeps less software engineers employed. It's almost like how Twitter has a single API engineer employed right now. Yes. But then yeah, the other side of that, the flip side of that coin is that you can do pretty much everything I do in Blender. If I learned Blender, here he goes. Dude, don't put that pressure on me, Tangelo. Oh, don't put that pressure. Ah, I did it right too. No.
Nice one. Birdie putt.
GG. GG. Much like software as a service, it's winning out by a single vote in the House. Oh man. Yeah, Firefox did used to be the bastion of all of that. Thunderbird is still a pretty decent email client. Tangelo with the 18 under. A nice game, a perfect shell top, but he cleans it up with aces. I also use Thunderbird. I think it's a great solution if you have your own email server. I parred out once. I gave up the tie, parred out once. I didn't get any wait, did I get one ace? I didn't get to see the card. And I gave up that one par. Yeah, of all the weird email clients that made it through the 2000s, Thunderbird really is still worth its salt. And Krita is what you're using for the animation, and you hand draw all your frames. Right on. I want to see what Blender has to offer in the ways of like After Effects-esque animation, because that's I take my Photoshop stuff over there and I'll animate that, and then I'll just export sequences and work on that, and that's how I make a lot of my emotes and GIFs and animations and stuff, because I attack things from a post-production visual effects angle, and less from a straight-up animator's angle, where Wizman is going at it. He's animating straight ahead at the frame level, and that's commendable. But yeah, Blender does so many things now, right? It used to just be like an option for 3D. You could use it to do 3D Studio Max stuff, but now I think it's got like all of that. And then everybody likes to use Cinema 4D with After Effects too, which I'd love to work with. If I could get like a license for it, if I could just make a friend who's a software engineer that could give me one of those magical perpetual licenses that I'm sure are out there, because you would need that for maintenance and shit. Gotta find one of those, man. That would make up for some pars. Tangela makes up for some pars with a beautiful, we see a lovely hole-in-one on the very last pin of the night, the tough one downhill for that slow, slick roll. A favor. I'm all ears. I just Googled. It's not a whole thing. It's just a piece of a jump back thing. If you Google like jump back stinger audio, like it's just I just captured a little piece of the YouTube, like 10 seconds of the YouTube video. It was really random. It was almost sort of like a lesson in what you can do as long as you're using something that works with what you're trying to work with. You could just grab the little piece from here and work with it. This is what we're talking about. Because it's March Golf Madness, and this is the month. But yeah, that's I do a lot with very little because that's what I've always had to do. So that's what I always sort of instruct. But yeah, it's sometimes you get a lot further than you even think you're at with very little. I'm glad you value my feedback. I'm a working artist. I'm not going to say I'm a great artist, but I am a working artist. And I do try my best. Streaming's my favorite thing, so that's what I will continue to do. But yo, I'm going to sign off for the evening. I think I need to go make some food. I think the mic is a win. This is a decent piece for cheap stream stuff. Have a good night, Whizman. And Element. I'm glad you had a good time, man. And Mario Punch. March Madness, indeed. We'll schedule our race soon. I know I keep saying that, but I don't want you to think I've forgotten. And Lady Myong, amazing to hang out with you all night. Big hearts. Woomy. And Tangelo, I love playing golf with you. You're such a good friend, and you're such a killer golfer. Way to show us how the me and the cat and Tangelo. You and me and the cat and Tangelo. You're gonna miss me. I'll be back. Well, yeah, I don't stream on Wednesday, so I'll be back on Thursday for the big match. Good night, why not? Awesome hanging out with you. And the Goblin Bot, and Flav Loco, and everybody else. Just hanging out, lurking, chatting, chilling, golfing, Spenny 420, and NBH, and Miss Dottie D, and St. Cathedral. And what more do you want from gaming? As much as we can garner from it. It's awesome to hang out with you, and I wonder if he's on. I wonder if I'm Your Freaking Dad is on. But yeah, be easy, be well, sleep well, have a decent meal if it's in your cards tonight. Otherwise, have a good rest. And I'll see you on Thursday at 9 p.m. sharp. It's an early stream for me, but I'll try and be on a little bit early. But 9 p.m. sharp for the TOG match. Wish me luck. Take chances, but drive safe. See you guys.